Greetings, family. This is Cassandra Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And I am here today to talk with you about a discussion that I have been kind of obsessing over for the last 2 days. And you know how I get when I be obsessing. You understand? So that's why it's taken 2 days. But there's something really important I want to talk to you today about. First, you know what? Let me grab my book that I didn't. Um, First, I want to do a little housekeeping before we get started. Um, First, on this here November 5th, when everybody is out in the world attempting to have their voice heard through a process that I don't foresee is going to make that happen, but no judgment. You feel me? So I'll start today with the reading of the global conspiracy of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I, Cassandra Floyd, as a peculiar expression of the Almighty and Divine She, am joining in breath with my family to conspire on behalf of the whole made well. We are breathing these words together to ensure that our home, her body, is restored to her original perfect glory, a glory that is perfect in peace, love, bliss, happiness, and ecstasy. This world exists because we collectively will it so. We are the representatives of the Mother's reign on earth. This beautiful conspiracy is spoken as one cosmic earthly orchestra to guarantee heaven on earth. With the power of my mother and our mothers, we welcome this glorious future into the now. It is as we say, Mommy and I are one. Okay, so that's the conspiracy that we are meditating on today, that we are meditating on, especially for the next 20 days. And it was important for me to start that way. A couple of other things in terms of housekeeping that I would like to get out of the way before I forget once I go into this wormhole. You feel me? There were several donations that came in this week from the last live that I did, which was the workshop that I led at Zuladen Wellness Fair called the Fall Soiree this past Saturday. And so I decided, because every time I get asked to do some event, I'm just going from thing to thing to thing, trying to put out as much information as possible while simultaneously grab money where I can, right? And so it's always the last minute, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I don't have anybody to take pictures. I don't have anybody to take video. And so I'm doing all this stuff all over the place, and I don't have any evidence of it. I don't have any, you know what I'm saying? I don't have any, nothing. So that's why I did the live the way that I did on Saturday. And that live, for those of you who didn't catch it, it is on my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is at DaughterOfTheFates, for those of you who are tuning in via IG. And that workshop was called the Doctrine of the Signatures and Other Ways Plants Talk to Humans. It was the first time I taught that workshop. The Doctrine of the Signatures is something I've always been very fascinated by, and fascinated by. And so that was the first time I did the workshop. So it was fun. And, and it gave me some ideas about how to tailor it. But anyway, so that's up. And there were several people who sent donations for that workshop. So I wanted to shout them out. That was Devin Kaysen, Danielle Parrish. Let's see. Maria and Omar. So I want to thank you guys for that donation. Okay. That same day, so that morning, I had to do a workshop. That afternoon, that early evening, I had been asked a few weeks ago it was really deep. I want to talk to y'all about it for a second. I'd been asked to show up in my capacity as a spiritual leader, right? And so the thing that I was asked to do, let me see if this website is on here so I can shout it out. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so there's a website at the end. Okay, so I was asked to show up in the capacity of a spiritual leader for this Dia de los Muertos event. And I was asked to help erect an altar and to do a opening ceremony and libation. The purpose of this Dia de los Muertos event, I'm just going to read from the flyer, was in remembrance of the victims of the serial murders of Black women in South Los Angeles and all the mothers lost to violence. This event was hosted by an organization called Rose LA. Greetings, everyone. Sons of Brahmana, Balance, Adeseli, OJ the Juice Girl, JJ Lumumba, and Brother Marcus. Thank you all for tuning in. I want to talk to you guys about this because it's such a deep project that these women are involved in, and I just have this sneaking suspicion that its impact is going to be extremely huge. So I'm just going to read a little bit from like the flyer. Please support a permanent monument to remember and honor the 200 plus Black women victims of serial murders or missing and presumed victims, and heal the communities left behind. Reclaiming our sisters, Reclaiming Our Sisters Everywhere, South LA, otherwise known as Rose South LA, is a proposed permanent memorial monument based in the neighborhood where at least 200 Black women since the mid-'80s were victims of serial murders or missing and presumed victims. The victims, when found, were referred to by the law enforcement as no humans involved, continuing the historic devaluation of the lives of Black women. The women were impoverished Black women, some of whom were criminalized. And then it goes on to talk about the proposition for the monument. And then the Black Coalition Fighting Back Serial Murders requests your support to expedite the construction of a permanent memorial honoring the women and girls who were victims of serial murders in South Los Angeles. So on and so forth. Family members of the victims are becoming elders, and we want to ensure that they finally have a designated memorial to honor their loved ones. The memorial is a part of a healing process for both impacted families and the greater community. Dr. Chandra Ford, a public health expert, has written that these murders, including the scores that are unsolved, are a public health crisis that has traumatized the impacted community. Let's see. And what they're trying to raise is $250,000. So I will give you guys that information and encourage you all to donate to this campaign. The link to make a donation is rosesouthla.org/donate. Rose, ROSE, southla.org/donate. And if you want any more information about that, then you can just email me at releaseheartcenter@gmail.com, and I will give you further details on that. But let me tell you something. When we did this event, and first of all, the erection of the altar was really amazing. There were members of the indigenous community here in Los Angeles, and also the Mexica or Mexican community at this event, helping with the erection of the altar. When we got ready to do the libation, and so they had the pictures of all of the women and girls who were the victims of serial murder. So let me just give you a little background. I don't remember the name of the documentary. The oh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. The I can't remember. I can't remember the name of the documentary, but as soon as I remember, I'll put it. I'll edit this and put it in the description below this video so you can check out the documentary. There was actually a documentary made about this issue, right? And the woman who founded this organization has been a very, very, very long time activist in the city. She has a radio show on KPFK, which is the local public radio station. And she was the one that apparently put the pressure on LAPD to research these string of murders as these women, to identify these women as the victims of a serial killer, because they refused. All these women were dying in the 80s, and they refused because the serial killer or killers were deliberately targeting Black women that they knew would people wouldn't investigate. They would target Black sex workers, women who were either homeless or drug addicts or runaways. They would deliberately target women who would be doubly victimized by them and then by the state. And so this sister started this work in the 80s to force the LAPD to start researching these murders as as evidence of a serial killer, because they weren't warning the community. They weren't, without identifying these as the victims of serial killers, they were not putting the community on alert or anything. So anyway, what she ended up saying, the sister who founded the organization, when she was doing the, she was talking to us about the organization at the event. She was saying that even though publicly, what they say, this organization, based on, the LAPD, is that since the mid 1980s, officially, there have been a little over 200 Black women or girls who have been linked to serial killers. Their deaths have been as a consequence of serial killers, right? One was arrested and he was, put in this documentary, and she was the one that was saying he wasn't the only one. He was the one that they ended up tossing a bunch of them on, but he wasn't the only one, right? She said that, she had been staging contests with the local city government, shaming the mayor in public, snatching the microphone out the dude's hand whenever he would go speak somewhere. Like, she was really on some other shit when trying to force the city to acknowledge what was happening to Black women in South LA. And she said that this was several years ago, but that a police officer who wanted to remain nameless told her, yeah, the department after all these years is acknowledging, quote, 200. He said, but I can personally tell you, having looked at the records myself and talked to others who were, working at that time, he said the number is easily over 500 Black women in the city of Los Angeles who have been the victims of serial killers. That's what she said. And so we're in this room erecting the altar, putting the pictures, little small pictures. It was really beautiful. Putting small pictures on the altar of all of the women that were known. And then they had a bigger picture with just a Black face that said Jane Doe's unknown. And baby, I opened up the space to welcome in the ancestors. I'm just telling you this. Listen, my whole body is vibrating. It was so intense. It was so deep. All I did was open up the space. You understand? Had the family members that were there call the name of their loved one who was on the altar. And then for the family members that weren't there, I called the names of the other women that were on the altar. Baby, everyone in there was sobbing, was weeping. The energy in that room was so visceral. It was so deep. It was so deep. It was so deep. Because, first of all, to die this way is, I can only imagine, being the absolute worst way to die. The absolute worst way to die. Not only for the victim, but for those that the victims leave behind, who have to attempt to move through rage and grief and shock and fear in a society that then turns around and calls the women NHI, no humans involved. That was what they were called as the victims of these murders. To live in a city that would then turn around, and because it's Black women, is not a serial killer. And to live in that city and have to attempt to maintain some level of sanity when no justice has been offered to you and yours. Many of these women were mothers, many of them. I can't even fathom it. I know how long it took me to be able to face my father. My father died 9 days before my 17th birthday. He was murdered. And so I know that. I know what it feels like to attempt to recover from grief with no counseling, with no support, with no ceremony, with no justice, with no retribution, no reparations, no nothing. To attempt to move through life when somebody is completely torn out of the matrix of your family tree. There was a woman there who got up and gave her testimony. She was the first cousin of one of the women who had been murdered, and best friends with the sister, her cousin, the sister, who was a twin of the woman who had been murdered. And when she came to the event, she was so traumatized. She said, this happened when I was a little girl. She said, and so me and, my cousin, her twin sister, she said she never recovered. She never recovered. Now, this woman is probably in her early 30s now. She said, but, she died of a broken heart. She just died recently, within the last few months, because from the time her sister was murdered till that day, she said she had never recovered. She had never been able to function well in society, could not. And so here she is again, re-traumatized, because her other cousin, her remaining cousin, died of a broken heart, died from overwhelm, died from sickness. You understand? That thing on Saturday was so deep. It was so deep. It was so deep to see all these elders, serious elders, who have been rallying by themselves since the 80s to force the city to acknowledge the role that they played in the massacre of these women. 500 women, and nobody in the city know who they was. Don't know their names, don't know who they were, don't know their lives, don't know their family members, don't know nothing. And so one thing that she's attempting to do, this elder that leads this organization, is the monument, the $250,000 for the monument. The other thing that she is trying to do is way more gangster. Way more gangster. And child, I'm about that life. Like, I'm not going to say here, but the thing that she's talking about organizing to be done, it's so time. It's so time. So I wanted to share that with you guys. That was really, it was really a powerful weekend. It was, it was the new moon. So I knew that it would be the day before the new moon, the day of the new moon, the day after the new moon. It was palpable. It was visceral. The whole weekend. You understand? Today, I feel the same way. I woke up this morning at about 6. I was like, I hadn't even hit the floor yet. And I opened my eyes. I was like, I could feel you guys' energy before I even hit the bed and brushed my teeth, child. I drove to go get something for breakfast this morning. And I live in LA. I live in West Hollywood. And I tell you, it was creepy quiet. I knew it was going to be crazy today. I was like, I ain't going nowhere today. I ain't doing nothing today because the traffic's going to be crazy because of this madness with the vote and this and this and this and this. It was creepy quiet this morning. I was like, what does this mean? Even my internet, the internet on my phone, the internet on my computer has been real extra janky this morning. So I don't know, but I'm happy to be here. And I'm happy to be talking to you about what I am going to talk to you about today. I think, but hindsight is 2020. It would have been much more impactful if I had had the opportunity. You know what? Whatever. I just couldn't. This weekend was very, 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 very deep. And so this live that I'm doing is happening as it should right now. And then today I'm going to go to Griffith Observatory and conduct ceremony. You feel me? So Adeseli, I got your message in IG this morning, and absolutely yes. So if there is anybody that is local that would like to join me upon the mountain today, I am going to go up to Griffith Observatory to conduct ceremony. You understand? And just like on the eclipse, if I got to be up there by myself, that's fine too. But if anybody is feeling so called, so moved, I'll be up there. I'll go ahead and say now that I will be up there at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for those of you that are in LA. So if you're in LA and you are looking to do something more witchy than and more impactful after you have gone out and spun your wheels at this at the polls, then you can join me at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time today, because I'm going up on that mountain which is the highest location that you can get to in the city of LA, right? So I'm going to go up on that mountain today, and we going to cast conspiracy up on the mountain at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So if you are interested in joining me and you want to know what I'm plotting and what you need to bring or do, you can email me at releaseheartcenter@gmail.com, and I will put you on game, baby. Put you on game. Okay? All right. So I think that is all for the housekeeping. So so much has happened over the last 5 days. And I was thinking very heavily. I was debating really heavily because several of you were like, what you going to do on November 5th? Are you going to do a live? Are you going to do a Zoom? Like, what you going to do? What are we going to do? Right? And I felt the pressure. I did. And so I thought about it for a long time, what my angle was going to be, what my approach was going to be. And of course, I have a bad habit of being overly ambitious, which sends me into wormholes that are necessary but aren't practical. You know what I'm saying? When I start bringing in these grants that can support my study and my research, then I can entertain these wormholes and show you in real time how they're connected. But in the meantime, I have to keep the shit as basic as I can, right? The other thing I'll say is this: for those of you who are tuning in from YouTube, support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. You can do that if you look at the bottom of your screen. There are little super thanks, like super thanks and super chat, and there's a third one, I think. Or you can, that are specific dollar amounts, or you can create your own dollar amount. Support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. For those of you who are tuning in via IG, you too can support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. My Venmo is my name, Cassandra with 2 S's, Floyd. I usually have it written out, but everything's in the car. Cassandra Floyd, Floyd. You can do that through Cashapp, which is $DaughterOfTheFates, $DaughterOfTheFates, or Zelle, which is releaseheartcenter@gmail.com. Releaseheartcenter@gmail.com. Okay, so support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I'll tell you too, while I'm talking about it, the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence 2-year anniversary is next Monday on Veterans Day. 11/11 is our 2nd anniversary. So I will talk to you towards the end about what I'm planning for that. But in the meantime, let's see. Yes. Okay. So let's see. Thanks. Greetings, everybody that's coming in. Chloe, Dior, CK, Base Soul, Ruby, Pantera, Goddess Essence Energy, Love Lean, Herbal Bay, MZ, Miss Kitty 76, KT. Is that Kenyatta? KT 1302. Anyway. Oh, thank you, everybody. Yes. So this is what I was thinking. Hence, the name of this live is Billionaires Are What's Wrong with Everything in, or the Cause of Every Problem. I forget the whole title. What is it? Billionaires Are What's Wrong with the Whole Planet. Billionaires Are What's Wrong with the Whole Planet. Because I'm going to tell you, I had been talking to you guys for some time, for a long time. I've been looking over the last few days at some of the lives that I've done over the last 2 years. I've been talking to y'all about this coming election for a long time, and not just its current personification with Kamala Harris in the mix. I've been talking to y'all about this for 2 years. So there's some of these videos that y'all are going to need to go back and revisit because they're damn near prophetic. If you go back to the one, it was, I think it was a year ago, maybe, about Christofascism, something like that. But anyway, y'all need to go back to some of these videos. Anyway, and everybody, which is always the case, everybody is talking about everything. Everybody is talking about everything. And everything is the issue. But what's the issue? Everybody's talking about everything. And everything is the issue, but the issue. Because I'll be honest, man, since this new moon, I've been feeling really overwhelmed, but like spiritually overwhelmed. That thing on Saturday about, missing and murdered Black women, it was just like, child, the whole thing. I have been overwhelmed spiritually. I really have. And I've been overwhelmed the same way everyone is overwhelmed. This thing. You remember the movie what is wrong with my brain? It's by Jordan Peele. the come on, y'all, tell me what the Jordan Peele movie is. Get Out. Get Out. Thank you. Thank you, Goddess Essence Energy. But all three of those are worth rewatching. Okay. People really slept on Nope. I'm just saying. People really slept on Nope. You understand? But anyway, in Get Out, that scene where he is first sent to the sunken place, right? And he's like, oh, he's like surrounded by blackness, and he's looking up at where he sees and he's just like grabbing onto air, trying to climb out of this empty void that he's in. That's what I've been feeling like this week. That is what I have been feeling like this week. That no matter what I grab onto, no matter how I try to manipulate, child, I ain't making no progress, man. I wasn't making no headway. No matter how many hours, child. I haven't gone to sleep before 3 o'clock in the morning since last Tuesday. I'm telling you, just my brain is just like, right? And so I was really, okay, like, what is going on? What is it that I am missing? What is it that I'm missing? You understand? And listening to probably way too much commentary about the coming election and, people of color debating about Kamala. Yes, Kamala, or no Kamala. And if not Kamala, then what? You know what I'm saying? Listening to progressives saying, well, at least Trump didn't start a genocide. And that is the justification to lean Trump, right? Listening to the madness, child, just listening to the madness. Plus, I told y'all the last live I did was maybe Friday night, or because there was one night we did that goddamn live till like 3 o'clock in the morning or some shit. So it was either Friday night or Sunday morning, something like that. And I was telling y'all, what was I telling y'all? I forget. Anyway, just listening to all the commentary, feeling everyone's desperation. Oh, what I was going to say is I told y'all that whole bullshit ass story about the good looking dude with the dreadlocks down his back, you feel me? Guitar playing, drum playing, nigga, you feel me? Oh, super like attentive and swag crazy and shit. Was a Zionist. You feel me? So I'm telling you all of these things. This is just in this little period of time. You feel me? I'm like, what the fuck is going on between these kind of interactions? You know what I'm saying? Around this whole, like, trying to navigate a world where you have to be able to discern or even ask the hard questions like, look, you seem nice enough, you seem friendly enough, but what I need to know to secure my own integrity and shit is, are you a Zionist? And can you be comfortable enough to say that to somebody? Ask that of somebody, right? If you talking to a black person who seems relatively progressive, who seems like they about that life, you have to ask them, are you voting for Kamala? Because a vote for Kamala is a vote for genocide. To ask these questions so that you can know where people in your life stand. Remember that conversation that we had? So this kind of, this gravity of thing that's happening in our interpersonal relationships and exposing in our interpersonal relationships who people around us that we may actually care about, but whose beliefs do not align with very really important questions that we as human beings have to be asking ourselves right now. And then the narrative and the propaganda and the bombardment through social media of this shit around the campaign itself, and how there is no longer, and the state is so arrogant in this, that there is no longer even a need to pretend that there is a choice, to pretend that there is opposition. Did a whole piece, go back and watch it, on the illusion of opposition. The illusion of opposition. That's why so many are conflicted, though they cannot articulate it that way, is because they don't even have to pretend that the red and blue are opposed to one another. They stage in a contest that, if the blue win, it's going to be some great victory for humanity and things are going to radically change. Or if the red wins, this and this and such as, they don't even have to pretend anymore. Whoever wins, our objectives are met. Whoever wins, our objectives, our goals are met. Who is the our I am talking about? I am talking about billionaires. I am talking about, this is going to be an overview because this is a deep dive I feel needs to happen. I'm not a statistician, though it would be nice to have one on my committee. I am not one who crunches numbers well, though it would be nice to have that type of person on my committee. You understand? Because when I make a statement that everything identifiably wrong with your life, child, everything identifiably wrong with the planet, lays squarely at the feet of those around the world who have been identified as billionaires. There ain't a benevolent one in the crew. There ain't a one. Not a one. Not nowhere. And the thing I think that distressed me the most about sitting down with this subject was how obvious it is. How these motherfuckers are so arrogant and audacious and confident and fearless in how they move around the world, because they can literally put their lives on display. They can literally put their wealth on display. They can literally show you who they are and know that you will not come back for what is yours. Not only that, not only will you not come back for what is yours, you will glorify, glamorize, interview, give props to, make quotes of these same tyrants that are responsible for every crime being unleashed by human beings on the earth right now today. There ain't a crime you can name that I will not directly tie to some billionaire. Okay? This shit had me. I don't know if y'all even paid attention to the thumbnail that I posted as the picture for this live, but that shit fucked me up. It's like, like I always say, you know what I'm saying? People be saying cute little shit like eat the rich and whatever. Whoever came to fuck up with that, eat the rich, whatever. That ain't my line. But, people have these weird kind of cutesy ways of, identifying what's wrong with the opulently wealthy, the oligarchs, the plutarchs. You feel me? Cute little shit. You see the statistics every now and again. Okay, you know it, but do you know it, right? Maybe I saw this picture of the United States, a map of the US, right? And on this map, they had a photograph, like just the head cut out of the wealthiest person in each state in the United States. That picture, as much as I sat in that place taking notes, numbers, you know what I'm saying, this and that, you feel me, numbers, statistics, who's who, this and that, I took hours of notes. You understand? It wasn't until I went to Google Images to find a picture for the thumbnail that I was subdued, child. I was through. I was through. I'm gonna have to print this shit out. This map of the United States and the face of the richest person in each state in the Union, and every single solitary face, the whole map, every single face was a white one. And of those every single faces of white males, there was one white woman. That's it. That's it. I said, God damn, this shit is like actually in your face. Not figuratively. Not, yeah, billionaires. Baby. And to live in a state, any state in the Union, to live in a state, in your state, whatever your state is, and to know that in your state, there are multiple billionaires that live in your state. To know what it means to become a billionaire, and you really do not think that this billionaire's presence in your state is not directly impacting every aspect of your goddamn life? Policy, education, the prison system, your inability to afford rent, your inability to purchase a home, and you really do not think that motherfucker that's sitting comfortably in your state is not impacting your life. That shit blew me away. It did. Child, the state of California has the highest number of billionaires. Second to it is New York State. In California, there are 130. Let me just go ahead and get into these numbers. That's my overview. That's it. Billionaires are what's wrong with the whole goddamn planet. There ain't a corporation that you can't name. There is not a policy on earth that you cannot name. There ain't even a religious institution on this earth that you can't name, that you can name, that is not directly tied to the pockets of some billionaire. And if that's the case, and I'm always talking about the unholy trinity, Islam, Judaism, Christianity / Catholicism, if I'm always talking about the unholy trinity, if I'm always talking about the state being the instrument that the unholy trinity wields to keep itself viable, to keep itself relevant, to keep itself in its secret position as the one with the boot on the neck of humanity. If I'm always saying this, then what role do billionaires play in this relationship with the unholy trinity? Because they do. Because they do. What role does the billionaire class play in the relationship between the unholy trinity and the fucking state apparatus, however it presents itself anywhere on earth? What is the illusion of opposition that we are fed when dealing with these people in positions of power who fake fight, who fake argue, and then when war ensues, it's not they who are the victims of war. It is the same powerless that they extract wealth from that become the victims of war, that become the cannon fodder, that become the unconscious participants in their own destruction. So let me just give y'all some of these motherfucking stats, okay? This is a project that I want to be working on regularly. Okay, so the first thing I did was wrote down the basic statistics. So as of 2024, as of this year, there are 813 billionaires in the United States. 813 billionaires in the United States of America. America has more billionaires than any country on earth, by far. China, who has the United States of America, got 335 million people in the United States. 335 million people, right? Not even a half a billion. 335 million people in the United States of America. Okay. China got 3 billion motherfuckers in China. There are 813 billionaires in the United States of America, right? And there are like a little under 400 billionaires in China. Half what the United States got. You feel me? And right behind them is India in terms of the number of billionaires. Okay. In the world, there, as of today, there are 2,781 billionaires. 2,781 billionaires. The billionaires in the United States of America in the last year, in 12 months, since you know what began, since October, the 813 billionaires in the United States collectively have added $1 trillion to their wealth in 1 year. Where that $1 trillion came from? How they earned that? Where that came from? $1 trillion together in the last year. 813 billionaires. You feel me? Let's go. Okay. Let's see where I got that at. So then, okay, here we go. So let me go back for a minute. It is believed that the first billionaire to ever exist, it was John D. Rockefeller in 1916. The second billionaire to ever exist was Henry Ford in 1925. Okay, let's come back to the future a little bit. Before COVID, okay? Or let me say this. Since COVID jumped off, since COVID began, listen to what I am about to tell you. Since COVID began, 660 people became billionaires during COVID. In the first 2 years of COVID, 660 people became billionaires in the first 2 years of COVID, with representing a 30% increase from the previous year. Jeff Bezos is projected to become the world's first trillionaire by 2026. By 2026, in a year. By 2026, he is projected to become the world's first trillionaire. Okay, hold on, let's keep going. And I'm probably going to put out a call for y'all to help me get the rest of this shit, because I got a whole bunch of notes in here of stuff that I need to research. Let's see. Okay, listen. There are so there are 2,781 billionaires. Somebody get your calculator out. There are 2,781 billionaires on Earth. As of 2024, December of 2024, there are 8.1 billion people on Earth. 8.1 billion. Okay. The global wealth, like all the wealth of the planet combined, right, is $484 trillion. All right. Of that $484 trillion, where did I put that at? Of that $484 trillion, hold on, hold on. I'm missing something. Shit. $481 trillion. Where's that? Okay, hold on. I can't do with that. Okay, so somebody do me a favor, because somehow I missed writing it down. I don't have any of the tabs open either. Okay, somebody write this down and Google it really quick. Okay, so the collective wealth of the entire planet is $484 trillion. Of that $484 trillion, I want you to Google what percentage of the global wealth do billionaires own? What percentage of global wealth do billionaires own? Talking about the combined wealth of all 2,700 and what is it? 2,781 billionaires. Their combined wealth, how much of the global wealth do these 2,781 people own? Somebody Google that for me really quick. Okay, I'm gonna keep going while y'all do that. Somebody do that for me really quick, because it came up easy when I did it, and for some reason I didn't write it down. How much wealth do global billionaires own of the global wealth? Because it was some astronomical number. Right? Okay. Damn, I can't believe I did not write that down. Billionaires in America. Okay. All right. All right, let's see. So then when I started, and then great, thank you for the donation, FG Apothecary. Appreciate you. 43%. That doesn't sound right. Oh, you know what? It may be. Okay, do this. It's Miss D. Do this instead. Oh my God, how did that statistic go? It was like the top 1% wealth versus the bottom 50% or something like that. Do global statistics on poverty and wealth. Global statistics on poverty and wealth. Do that. Okay, I don't believe I did that, but I'm not going to try to go back and forth with my feed, because my internet is acting janky. Okay, all right, so let's go. So we had 8 billion people, $481 trillion. Somebody Google global wealth versus global poverty, or the wealthiest versus the poorest globally. Thank you. That sounds better. That sounds like the shit I done read. So Shy Boy Shade says over 3/4 of the global wealth. 3/4 of the global wealth is controlled by 2,781 people. Then there was a statistic that I read that the bottom 50% of the poorest people on Earth access 1% of the global wealth. 50% of the global poorest, between them, represent 1% of the global wealth. Let's see. Top 1% of the world's population owns half of the world's net wealth. The top 10% of adults own 85% of the wealth, while the bottom 90% own the remaining 15%. The wealthiest 1%. Okay, thank you. All right, cool. So all of that is right on time, right in alignment. Okay, cool. All right. So then I was like, all right, so what else do I want to find out? So the first thing, because I was having a drink watching a friend of mine play when I started brainstorming this shit. So I just like did a little scribbly scrabble on some on a piece of paper. So this started as a brainstorm I had when Biden was running for office. So I'd been invited onto this radio show, this podcast, and we were talking about the pros and cons of the Democratic and the Republican Party. We were talking about the fact that this dude, I don't remember his name now, but he's a billionaire here in LA who was running for mayor, and how right before he put his hat in the ring to run for the mayor of Los Angeles, he switched parties. Right before, he switched from the red party to the blue party because Los Angeles is a blue city. California is a blue state. And so he was like, if I'm gonna run, I need to run as the blue or ain't nobody gonna vote for me. So literally, just before he threw his hat in the ring to run for mayor of Los Angeles, he switched parties. Sound familiar? This happens a lot, right? Well, he knew it wasn't going to make a damn difference. That's why he was able to do it. During the pandemic and the cost of living crisis years since 2020, $26 trillion, 63% of all new wealth was captured by the richest 1%, while 16 trillion went to the rest of the world. Thank you for that, Ruby Pantera. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. As a matter of fact, everybody that sent me statistics, email those to me so that I can have them and compile them on this wormhole I am in. Email me at releaseheartcenter@gmail.com and dump those statistics in there for me. Thank you. Y'all are functioning as my research committee right now. Okay, so before all of this, this guy and I were talking, and I was like, I found it interesting that when I just did like a little list, red states versus blue states, okay? And I don't even remember what I did with the paper where I did this on, but I'm gonna do it all over again. Red states versus blue states and issues that are most important to everybody in the country. It was interesting and concerning at the same time that in this just little basic breakdown that I did, the states across the board, I think it was except one state maybe, but across the board, the states with the worst homelessness statistics were all blue. I think but one. I don't remember what the one was. I'm gonna have to recompile those statistics. But all the states with the worst homelessness statistics were all blue states. All the states with the worst housing statistics in terms of like rent cost. It was like rent cost versus what's wrong with my brain? Employment or something like that. But it was interesting. It was interesting doing this by myself, laying out the statistics of like unemployment rates, rent in terms of housing crisis, homelessness. There were a few other things that I looked up. Blue states by far were worse in every statistic, right? So those of you who are tuning in on IG, for whatever reason, they always shut my shit down and then I have to like restart. So in 18 seconds, this is going to go off. If you want to continue to watch, then you're going to have to log back on to IG, or join me over at my YouTube channel, which is at DaughterOfTheFates, at DaughterOfTheFates. Okay. And you guys just wait while I repost this really quick, or reopen the live. Okay. So I'll just go ahead and do this really quick. Okay. So for the sake of this, I didn't have that piece of paper from a couple of years ago, but I was like, let me just start right here since I'm talking about billionaires. So I wrote down the in order the states with the most number of billionaires. That's one column. And then the states with the highest number of billionaires per capita. Okay, so actual number of billionaires per state, and then the statistical breakdown of highest number of billionaires per capita by state. Okay. And then I went on, but we'll talk about that later. And then what I wanted to do was not only find out the number of billionaires per state and the number of billionaires per capita per state, I also wanted to know if there was a trend between, again, blue states and red states in terms of these billionaires. Quite interesting, the results. Okay, so let me just count this really quick. So of the top 10 states with the most billionaires, of the top 10 states, 6 of those states are blue. Okay. And then the other 4 are red. Where billionaire, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yes. So 6 of those states are blue with the highest number of billionaires. In the states that have the highest number of billionaires per capita, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So again, 6 to 4, right? 6 are blue states and 4 are red states. Now let me tell you what they are and the numbers. I was wrong about California. As of this year, California has 886 billionaires. There are 10 in Los Angeles, by the way. There are actually more in San Francisco, because San Francisco, as a city, San Francisco has more billionaires as a city than any city on earth. San Francisco, as a city, has more billionaires than any city on earth. The second city is New York City on earth. Okay. So California has 186 billionaires. New York has 135 billionaires. Florida has 78. Texas has 73. Illinois has 23. Massachusetts has 22. Georgia has 18. Pennsylvania has 18. Nevada has 17. And Connecticut has 13. Per capita, Washington, D.C. ranks the highest with 16.3 billionaires per capita. 16.3 billionaires per capita. Washington, D.C., as the highest, quote, state in the union with billionaires per capita. 16.3 billionaires per capita in D.C. Wyoming is second at 10.287 billionaires per capita. New York is 6.92 billionaires per capita. Nevada, 5.297 billionaires per capita. California, 4.78 billionaires per capita. Connecticut, 3.582 billionaires per capita. Montana, 3.510 billionaires per capita. Florida, 3.442 billionaires per capita. Massachusetts, 3.15 billionaires per capita. And Texas, 2.393 billionaires per capita. Okay. Let's see. The world's richest people altogether, talking about these billionaires, the world's richest people control, so it was, what was it? $14.2 trillion of global wealth. I think that's right. And then the shit gets a little deeper. So given this situation that we are all currently in, oh, wait a minute. Hold on. This is something else that I wanted to add to the mix. Okay. What is this? So I wanted to find out, because, this thing that's happening today, always the thing that's important as a predictor of who might take the shit, you know what I'm saying, are the swing states. Okay. And so I wanted to find out of the swing states. First of all, I wanted to find out how many of the how many of the 7 swing states voted for Trump in 2016? How many swing states voted for Trump in 2016? How many of those swing states, how did those swing states vote historically? Were they historically more blue leaning? You feel me? And then they voted for him in that election, or were they more historically red leaning? You know what I'm saying? And so Arizona is one of the swing states. And though Arizona has historically linked more red. Okay. In 2016, they voted for Trump. But in 2020, they voted for Biden. They voted blue. Georgia is historically a red-leaning state. It too voted for Trump in 2016, but voted for Biden in 2020. Michigan is historically a red state, and it voted, or is that a B? Shit, my writing is crazy. I can't tell. So don't quote me on that, because I can't tell if I wrote an R or a B. Damn. But they voted for Trump in 2016. In 2016, they voted for Trump. I think they're historically a blue state. That's what it is. Michigan was historically a blue-leaning state, but in 2016, they voted for Trump. Yes, they did. And then Nevada is half and half, but I couldn't find information on how they voted in that last election with Trump. North Carolina is historically a red-leaning state, and they voted for Trump both in 2016 and in 2020. North Carolina. Pennsylvania, my writing was terrible. Pennsylvania historically voted red, but they voted for Trump. Wait a minute. They're historically blue. I think that's right. They're historically blue, but they voted for Trump both times. Pennsylvania is historically blue. I think that's right. I might have that wrong, child. You can see I was scribbling in the nightclub. But the last two elections, they voted for Trump, 2016 and 2020. And Wisconsin is historically blue, but they too voted for Trump both times. Do you hear what I just said? Did y'all hear what did y'all hear what I just said? That of the 7 swing states, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the 7 swing states voted for Trump in 2016. Of those who, especially those swing states that were historically more red leaning, if you like tally the presidents and how they voted. But they say that the reason Pennsylvania was significant is because Pennsylvania has been most closely linked with whoever becomes the president. Pennsylvania historically has been closest linked to who sits in the White House. But of the 7 swing states, it's fascinating how many of them voted for Trump and then turned around and voted for Biden in 2020. So what they going to do this year? Are they going to vote for Trump? Or are they going to vote for Kamala? These historically red states. I'm talking about Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Nevada, they say was half and half, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. No, Wisconsin is blue. Wisconsin has been a historically blue state, but it still voted for Trump in 2016. Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania all voted for Trump. No, Pennsylvania voted for Trump both times. But the rest of them voted for Trump the first time and then turned around and voted for Biden the second time. And so these are your 7 swing states. And so the thing that really just is interesting to me about the electoral process, the electoral college, and all of the popular vote, and y'all really, really think, well, we're 335 million people. We have to have an impact. Our voice has to matter. Well, does your voice matter? When all but three states, and I didn't even write them states down, but they're all but 3 states in the union, all of them, but 3. I knew Alabama was one, and Arizona was one. I don't remember what the last one was, but there are 3 states in the union where currently there are no billionaires that live there. 3 states that don't have billionaires living there. So 47 states in the United States have multiple billionaires that live in their states. Of those billionaires that live in the state, so I didn't even write it down. That was one of the things I meant to do, but I didn't. And this is one of the things for this particular topic, I need a research committee. I need somebody to commit to for the next couple of days, helping me with some of these stats. Okay. The top, I'd say that map that I have on my little thumbnail, I'm gonna send that map to y'all if y'all take on being my little research committee. You feel me? Let's send that map to y'all. The one with all these people face the richest billionaire in each state. Let's start with that. The richest billionaire in each state. How do they identify Republican or Democrat? I need to know that. Of the 47 states, so there's 47 billionaires that we are looking at, the richest billionaires in every state, how do they lean politically? Do they call themselves blue or red? This is something we need to know. The other thing that I did is I wanted to know, what did Forbes say? Okay, so there are two articles, several articles, but I'll be honest. I wanted to know how many of these billionaires were Zionists. That's what I wanted to know. I wanted to know. So there was an article by a Jewish news, like online news site, and it was called I think the headline was something like 11 of 50 of the world's wealthiest people are Jewish. This was a Jewish news site. Okay. 11 of the 50 richest people on earth are Jewish. The top 3 wealthiest people on earth at the time. Okay, so this article was written in 2016. So those stats have changed because I think what is this dude's name? It's called, his name is this was stats based on 2016. At that time in 2016, the 3 top wealthiest people were Jewish. 3 top wealthiest people were Jewish. And then it goes through the 11 that they listed as the 11 of the 50 wealthiest who were of Jewish descent. So that's Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook, Larry Ellison of Oracle, Mayor M. Bloomberg of New York. Mayor Bloomberg is billionaire, a Jewish billionaire. Google founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin, these are all Jewish billionaires. The founders of Google, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, Sheldon Adelson, which was some kind of like online casino thing, George Soros, Michael Dell of Dell Computers, Joseph Safra, who is a banker, Carl Icahn, and James Simmons. Okay. Then there were women in the list past those first 11. Sharon Arison, Karen Pritzker, Lynn Schusterman, Joan Tish, Doris Fisher, who is the founder of Gap, and Sheryl Sandberg. Okay. Then there was another article that I found by this same Jewish website that said that let me not misquote. Was it 42 Israel, child? It's a whole long ass article. I will say this, the link is in the description below. There's a whole long ass article, and then I saw a video similar to it that in Israel, as tiny as Israel is, as young and new as Israel is on the global scene, that 42 of the globe's billionaires live in Israel and are Israeli Jews. Only a handful of them were born in the United States, but most of them were born in Israel. Israeli Jews. 42 of the world's billionaires live in Israel. 42. Somebody Google how big Israel is. Like, how big is it? 42 billionaires live in Israel. Of them, one that stood out as important, his name is Arnon Milchan. Arnon Milchan. Arnon Milchan has ties. He has homes both here in LA and in Israel. He's considered, a resident in Israel, but he has a lot of property here in Los Angeles. And the reason Los Angeles is because this man's history is nothing short of diabolical. Okay, so Janet Kennedy says that Israel is about the size of New Jersey with 42 billionaires, some of whom are the world's, some of the highest world's wealthiest people. Arnon Milchan, who is one of those, who was, what was they called? Is it the Mossad? He was in the Israeli military and secret services in the Mossad back in the day. He was also in the CIA. He was in the Mossad and the CIA. He was. And it said, and the way the guy, I saw a video about him, and the way the guy talked about him was with such admiration. Well, you know, doing all this defense work for the United States and Israel, that wasn't really where his heart was. He was an artist at heart and wanted to get more involved in the arts. This guy has been one of the lead, consultants in Hollywood to make movies, especially war movies, more realistic. Baby, when they start to list, and then eventually he got his little inroad into production. But between the list of quote close friends that he got in Hollywood and the list of movies he directly had an impact on, whether through consulting or producing himself, child, some of our favorites. I was like, oh my God. Fight Club. What was the other one? A Day in the Life. A day in the Life in America or something like that. What's his name? Who I love so much. Robert De Niro was supposedly such a good friend that Robert De Niro was the one that put him on in the Hollywood game. He got close to Robert De Niro way back in the day. And because Robert De Niro is who he is, all these other people started taking him seriously as a consultant and eventually as a producer here in Hollywood. The list of the movies that he has directly influenced or had some role in is long and bewildering. I think V for Vendetta was one of them. CIA and the Mossad, child. Yeah. I was distressed over that one. Anyway. So those, let me see if there's anything else I wanted to point out specifically. Janet, did you just Google the list of movies by this dude? Somebody do that. Google list of movies and then his name next to it. Where his name at? How you spell it? Where is it? ARNONMILCHAN. His name and then list of movies. As a matter of fact, I think the video was saying that he has what do you call it? The IDB, the movie thing where you can look up all the list of people. Is it an IDB page? Something like that. Look up his IDB page and see how many movies, and then give us some of them in the chat. Okay. So anyway, let's see what else I wanted to bring out. All right. Oh, another statistic. The global rich, the global billionaires, collectively, 2,781 billionaires, their collective wealth, global billionaires, in 2 years of pandemic, their global wealth grew 50% during pandemic. The global wealth. Not to mention, going all the way back to the beginning, that in the 2 years of pandemic, 660 people became billionaires during pandemic. Okay. How did 660 people just become billionaires in 2 years? Did they work an overtime job? Did they work overtime? Did they get themselves 1 or 2 side hustles? Like, how they did that? Anyway, let's see. Okay, so I also did a little breakdown of some cities, number of billionaires in certain cities in this country. Okay. Okay. LA. I was wrong. I thought it was 10. LA got 53 billionaires. LA City has 53 billionaires. San Francisco, the world's city with the most billionaires, has 68. New York City has 60. Tampa has 7. Orlando has 15. Austin, Texas has 10. Houston, Texas has 16. Dallas, Texas has 15. Chicago has 20. Chicago has 20. And how many? Chicago has 20. Chicago City has 20 billionaires, and Illinois has 23 total. So 1 billionaire lives somewhere else, but Chicago City has 22 of the 23 billionaires that live in Illinois. Okay, hold on. Okay, so that's Chicago. All right, cool. Let's see. It says this statistic pissed me off because it says 1 out of every 22. 1 out of every 22 Chicago residents is a millionaire. I'm like, they must not have factored Black people into that statistic. They could not have factored the Black residents of Chicago into that statistic. 1 out of every 22 residents in Chicago is a millionaire. 1 out of every 22. That's what the statistics said. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. Now, if anybody is going to sign up to be a temporary, just for like 2 or 3 days, a temporary participant in my research committee, these are the bullet points that we need to draw together. So I'm working this idea of the top, I'll show y'all first, of the top 10 US billionaires. So this is my little rudimentary artwork to try to, so naming those top 10 billionaires, that's one bullet. Naming those top 10 billionaires, right? What are the companies purported to have made them billionaires, right? And each line is one of those things. So there's the number, the billionaire, right? And then the company that made them billionaires, that's one ring. And then any kind of investments, right? That's another ring. Any ties that company has to extended things, whatever. Everything that, links to that billionaire as a ring in what I am calling the WWW. Okay? The wicked web of wealth. The wicked web of wealth. So this is how we're going to create the web. Each billionaire, we're just going to start with the top 10 in the US. Each billionaire is a stone. Is a stone that we're throwing into the ocean of the United States of America. Each stone, once the stone is cast, the billionaire becomes a billionaire. The ripple effect, right? And how those things overlap from billion. So you can see I got these little dots highlighted. These dots represent an event or a correlation. Those correlations we want to draw to the direct impact that it has on American life and American policy. That's what we want to do. Okay. This is the wicked web of wealth. All right. So that people can stop glorifying and glamorizing billionaires and see how they are being robbed in broad daylight by billionaires. Okay. So these are the bullet points that we need to research in order to demonstrate this wicked web of wealth. Okay. So some of these things we know, we've heard, like those CEOs and owners of like movie production companies, or like the television, conglomerates, right? Or the music conglomerates, right? Those are some that we talk about all the time. Child. And then let's see, Pretty Women. Okay, so these are the movies by the guy I was just telling you about, who was in the Mossad and the CIA. Pretty Women, Man on Fire, A Cure for Wellness, Striking Distance, Barbarian, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Yeah, that was one that I remembered. Once Upon a Time in America. Those are just a few. Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay, so that's the start of that, right? The web. Some of the things that I want to talk about or draw your attention to. Let's see how long I've been here. Okay. And some of the things I want to draw your attention to, so it's not ambiguous what I'm talking about when I say in a statement like billionaires are what's wrong with every aspect of your life and everything wrong in the world. It's not an ambiguous statement I'm making. What is the evidence of that? That's what we want to prove. That's what we want to shine the light on, right? So, for example, there is, I don't remember the man's name, but we can figure it out because it just happened 2 months ago. There is a Black man in Nigeria who just became a billionaire as a consequence of selling, I think, his rights to an oil company to BlackRock. That's how the Negro became a billionaire, is selling oil rights to BlackRock. That just happened a couple months ago. Okay. Let's see. So I said, this is an example. I said early on that the first billionaire ever was John D. Rockefeller. Okay. Now, he obviously is not alive and not a current billionaire, but his descendants are, right? But what I want to know is, even if we're looking into like John D. Rockefeller, you feel me, as the first billionaire, Henry Ford as the second billionaire, right? What do we know were some of the projects of Rockefeller that have had a direct impact on our goddamn life? Can anybody name one right off the top of their head? Can anybody name one? Because I can name at least 3 right off the top of my head. Can anybody name one project / program initiated by Rockefeller that continues to this day to have an impact on your life? Today, right now, today, Rockefeller was in 1916. The Federal Reserve is one. But I was thinking something, because it wasn't just him by himself. I'm talking about Rockefeller by himself initiated certain projects that impact your life today. John D. Rockefeller was the thank you, honey dip chocolate. John D. Rockefeller was the founder, the creator of the American Medical Association. Not because he gave a damn about medicine, but specifically because the quote alternatives, which were widely used in this country, they were actually schools of homeopathy, schools of naturopathy, colleges, schools of osteopathy. Yep. And when they started to contend with what Western medicine was doing at the time, John D. Rockefeller, without a background in medicine at all, funded and founded the American Medical Association. Yes, he did that. That impacts your life today. As a project of the American Medical Association, the first order of business was destroy. He actually had a propaganda campaign to do two things: to destroy the systems of alternative medicine that were contending at the time, osteopathy, naturopathy, and homeopathy. And also, he had massive billboards all over major cities in the Northeast criminalizing midwifery. So did. Would have, quote, stereotypical pictures. This is Rockefeller, who is a Jew, would have stereotypical billboard pictures of, quote, stereotypical, quote, hook-nosed Jewish women asking the question, would you trust this woman with your pregnancy? Billboards all over Chicago, New York. He did it for various people. He did it with Native women. He did it with Black women. It was a whole campaign to shift trust from the traditional midwife to this new emerging field of medicine, obstetrics. And he did that. He wasn't a doctor at all, but as a way to begin to shift medicine in the direction of a for-profit system, he had to eradicate the competition. At the turn of the 19th century, this is a soapbox. At the turn of the 20th century, in the early 1900s, before the emergence of the American Medical Association, there were 18 colleges of homeopathy where you could go to college to get a degree in homeopathy and get a license to practice medicine, homeopathy. Same thing with osteopathy. There were several schools of osteopathy. Now, osteopathy then is not the osteopathy of today. Osteopathy today has really sold out hugely to allopathic medicine, Western medicine, right? To get prescription rights in particular. But overseas, osteopathy is still practiced the way that it was, 100 years ago. It's more about like manual manipulation, cranial manipulation, herbs, so on and so forth. But that was their whole thing, was they were bone setters. They were kind of like more in alignment with chiropractics, right? Then naturopathy. There were many schools. I don't remember what it was a lot. There were a lot of schools of naturopathy in the country at the turn of the century. And now there are only a handful, maybe 5 schools of naturopathy in the country, and only 13 states where you can get your license to practice medicine in naturopathy. The AMA did that. Rockefeller did that. So that's why I say that we have to analyze and teach this shit in a web, right? We have to teach this shit in a web, because he long been dead, Rockefeller. You feel me? But the impact of his life in the world reverberates out for decades, probably centuries, if we don't fucking shift the matrix out this bitch. You feel me? So here we got 813 billionaires in the United States, and this is only 10. What would the web of their impact on our lives look like if we could map it out? That's what I'm challenging us to do. You feel me? Okay, so that's one thing I wanted to mention as an example of what I'm talking about. Another thing, another way, another bullet point, if you will, right? is nobody, first of all, ain't nobody even, them dudes, you remember January 6th and them dudes descended on the White House? You feel me? You remember that? When them dudes descended on the White House on January 6th? Y'all remember that? What? There wasn't no, remember in the 60s when these little hippies was at the college? I forget what college it was. What college was that? Where the hippies was staging an anti-war demonstration. And the National Guard was called out by the governor to quote, quell the dissent of students on campus. And what ended up happening? The National Guard was called on unarmed babies in college. What happened? Y'all remember? Yes, right? They were protesting, they were holding an anti-war demonstration on campus. And the fucking National Guard ran through them. I forget the number. Kent State. I think it was it Kent State? Yeah, it was Kent State. The National Guard ran through them like they were in an equally, like they were fighting an equal opponent. Ran through them like they was in war. Like they were in war. Like the people that they was facing off against had weapons. Ran through them. Remember that? And there was a point. Damn, what was the point? Shit, what was the first thing I just said? Before the Kent State thing. What was the first thing I said? Before the Kent State thing. Damn, I just lost that train of thought. Hold on. January 6th. Thank you. Thank y'all. I don't know what's going on with my brain today. It's more out of whack than usual. Okay. All right. January 6th. You remember January 6th? I mentioned Kent State as an example. January 6th, baby. I'm going to say something that's going to be, I'm going to say something that's going to be extremely controversial, but I want you to, first of all, you know who I am. And so I want you to think about the frame of reference that I am coming from in talking about this next thing. Okay, which is this. Let me mark it since my brain is acting trippy today. Let's see. Okay. Okay. So January 6th. Excuse me. The only way we can win is to stop playing the money game, Monopoly, so we can't be monopolized. Wealth is somewhat synthetic. So the reason I got on January 6th is a couple of things. People are talking about it all the time, right? About how historically the white world manipulated by their masters. Okay? The white world in the United States. I might have to get up and get something to drink. Have been masterfully manipulated by their own bosses, by their own bourgeoisie. And this was the most effectively strategic weapon or tool or instrument of the bourgeoisie, was to perpetually implant the idea in the minds of everyday white people, working class, middle class, white people, that their whiteness alone guaranteed them prosperity in the world. And that if for some reason prosperity was not theirs, was not in their possession, then it was always the fault of some black, brown, red, or yellow person that was in the way of this guarantee of prosperity to those born white. It is by far, has been by far, the most damn near effortless and effective strategic weapon of the bourgeoisie, of the ruling class, of the 1%, of the state. It has been so, of the church. It has been quite effective, this strategy, right? And the reason that I preface that way is because January 6th did two things primarily. The first thing that it did was, remember I talked about when I was talking about October 7th being like the great trumpet that awakens sleepers, the great sound of the trump that only the chosen would hear. Remember I talked about that last week? Well, on January 6th, the same thing happened. The dog whistle initiated by Trump, right? The dog whistle initiated by Trump that did exactly what it was supposed to do, was to galvanize those intimately tied to the ideology of whiteness. I ain't talking about white skin. I'm talking about to the ideology of whiteness. He sounded the dog whistle. He sounded the great trump. And those who were called heeded the call, descended upon the Capitol, enraged and indignant. You hear me? Enraged and indignant, armed with a list of names of those whom they needed to go see, bum rushed the White House, some of whom were armed, bum rushed the White House to go sit in the highest seat where all the decisions are made. You feel me? Because they were outraged. Not just about, quote, they man Trump. They were outraged because of their conditions, because of the conditions that they live in, because of their poverty, because of their lack of health care, because of their inability to make a decent wage, because of their inability to have a stable home. They don't have to be nomadic and rent until a landlord is tired of them, and then they got to pick up all this shit and go to another place to rent, and then they are at the whim of landlords. They were outraged about all of the ways that as hard as they work, their lives should be better, and were not. The problem with January 6th and the allegiance that these people have to whiteness as a political construct, the weakness is that the person that they saw in their mind's eye with the ability to ease their fucking suffering, to give them what they deserved as humans, right? The person that they saw, the only person they saw with the ability to do that, was a goddamn billionaire who has never had any interest in anybody. Where in his behavior and in his life, anywhere in his motherfucking life, because his life is on full display. Where in his life, where in his history, where in his past has he ever given a fuck about any goddamn body, a singular any goddamn body? Because he don't give a fuck about his kids. He don't give a fuck about his ex-baby mamas. He don't give a fuck about the wealthy. You understand? When? Except for what came out of his mouth as an opportunist looking to seize power, when in his behavior, in his past, in his history, has he ever demonstrated that as a billionaire, he would give a fuck about those he relies on to generate his wealth? When? When has any billionaire demonstrated any interest in the actual lives of human beings that generate his fucking wealth, that create and produce the wealth that he sits on top of. I'll wait. So some may say, and have, that the display made by those who participated in January 6th represented a rogue group looking to destroy democracy in America. And I'm going to tell you this. My position is one that may be unpopular amongst you. That the action carried out on January 6th may well have been correct. May very well have been correct action. The problem is the facilitators of the action are still drunk to madness off the propaganda that has perpetually won them against their own interest, has relied on their drunkenness of an illusion of whiteness that guarantees themselves something at somebody else's expense. The action was not the issue, in my estimation. The action wasn't the issue. The issue was that the facilitators of the action have been played like puppets to their own detriment since they stopped being indentured servants. Since they stopped being indentured servants who could see their interests being squarely in alignment with enslaved African people or brutalized indigenous people. This is the history. This isn't my opinion. This is the history. They was just as fucked up as the rest of us. And as indentured servants, they recognized who their allies were immediately. Look, let's set this shit off. What y'all want to do? Because y'all got a little bit worse than we got it. You feel me? So y'all say word. Tell us what to do. Enslaved Africans. Tell us what to do. Brutalized indigenous people. Y'all know the land better than we do. How are we gonna set this shit off? And the bourgeoisie saw that shit quickly. With the first few rebellions, they was like, oh no, we cannot have this shit. We cannot have this shit. We're gonna have to give something to these white people so that our numbers can be bigger. They can see, they can think they one of us. They can perceive that they are one of us. You understand? This is the thing that unites us, is our whiteness. And see, white people, see, indentured servant, see, po-ass person, see, person who don't got shit. See, you and me, we the same. And if you just play your cards right, if you just do our bidding, if you function as our militia to fight for justice, then you too, white person, can have what you see that we have. These same white people telling these white people this are their former bourgeoisie. They had them fucked up in the game, across the water. Sure did. Sure did. And that's not to say that the bourgeoisie, as it continued to amass wealth, could not share a little bit more of the loot, just a little bit more, just a fraction of the loot to give poor white people the ability to experience at least a modicum of an illusion of social mobility. Give them management positions, you feel me? Let them go to school, you feel me? Give them, may even create a whole ass middle class as a buffer class to, again, strengthen the illusion. To strengthen the illusion, we can break bread with more white people. We can give them the ability to amass a little bit more wealth so they stay comfortable and quiet. We can do that because there is no boundary to the wealth that we have amassed. So let's break a little bread, create this little middle class so that they never betray us. Let's give poor working class white people the opportunity through these systems that we set up to amass a little bit more comfort for themselves so that they become known. White working class people in America become known as the wealthiest working class on earth. Let's do that, because they too will be so distracted by their ability to gain a little access, gain a little money, that they will perceive that their life is made better. And they will never betray us, even as we rob them blind. They will never betray us. And so January 6th, you have scores of thousands of white people descend on what they could see clearly as the representation of their suffering, the White House. They could understand clearly the representation of all that ailed them. And instead of galvanizing the momentum that they did to end their suffering, you understand? What they did was do you know what they did on January 6th, baby? They made in one voice a declaration of their permanent allegiance to the drug of whiteness. That's what they did. Instead of changing the fucking system, which they had the potential to do if they were armed with the right ideology, if the fucking demon of white nationalism had been purged from their spirit, they had the potential and the momentum to do what they came there to do. They did. But instead of the fucking importance being placed on these scores of thousands of rightfully angry people. I'm not saying that these working class white people weren't rightfully angry. That's not what I'm saying. They were rightfully angry. But until all of us, white, black, brown, red, and yellow, male, female, all the genders in between, aged and young, go through a process of exercising the demon of patriarchy that plagues us all. White nationalism is not separate from it. Neo-colonialism is not separate from it. So I don't give a fuck if the representative of white nationalism and white supremacy at the time is a Negro with a vagina. Patriarchy wins in the end. The state wins in the end. The wicked trinity, the unholy trinity that wields this trident called the state wins in the end. They ain't got no problem with sticking no negress in front of as the poster child for the face of white supremacy, as the face of global patriarchy, as the face of the representatives of the hidden oligarchs and plutarchs. They ain't got no problem with it. Let the negress win the presidency. Our objectives are going to be met in the end regardless. And so you have people armed with righteous indignation. And the hero that they put forward as the solution and salvation for what ails them is a motherfucking billionaire. And you cannot ever make it make sense. I don't give a fuck what this motherfucker is talking about. I don't care what come out of his mouth and how good you think it sounds. At the end of the day, he is a billionaire. He is a billionaire, and there is not a billionaire on earth who does not rely heavily on the exploitation of human beings to secure those billions. Not one, not nowhere. Name them, I don't care. I've been in here for the last year and a half dismayed because I used to love Beyonce. You feel me? Especially when she got hip to the tradition. Oh, she's sporting her Ocean gold, baby. She done got initiated, you feel me? Her sister is a daughter of Yemaya. They out here putting people onto the culture in a fresh fly way. I don't give a fuck. I do not give a damn. She could have an afro She could have some RBG wristband and a big ass Africa tattooed on the front of her chest. If she is a billionaire, she is responsible in some way for the suffering of human beings, for the exploitation of human beings. It is the nature of it. There are not one, not nowhere, no self-made billionaire. Because a self-made billionaire, in my estimation, by my definition, is one who has acquired those billions through ethical means. How can you ethically? Let me ask y'all a question. This is what I'm getting at. There's a whole reason I went on that January 6th thing. Okay? How can you be ethically a billionaire? Explain that to me. I'll wait. Oh, you come up with some new great idea and everybody just buying it. And that's how you made your billions. Wrong. That's why we stay mad at Beyonce. Because we wanted to like Beyonce. We wanted to love Beyonce. And then time after time after time after time, she gets exposed for some bullshit that she do. That is exemplary of why exploitation is woven into the foundation of the acquisition of billions. Every time you turn around, her ass is tied to exploitation. Every time. Just when you try to give the girl a break, those on IG, you're gonna have to tune back in because they about to shut me off. Every time you turn around, there she is, neck deep in some expose about her bullshit. I'm telling y'all, there's so much music that I have had to relinquish my memory from. Because once you is found out, nigga, I take a position. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but once I found out for anybody that you are an exploiter of humans, you are a patriarch who does dirt to women and children. Let me find out the smallest something fucked up and unprincipled. Bitch, you is cut off. You are cut all the way off. You can't, And as a matter of fact, I'll get to that later because I'm going to talk to y'all about that. But this thing on January 6th is something that we need to be reinitiating as a conversation. Because, again, I want to reiterate, the participants in January the 6th had the right idea. To stage a collective, massive, memorable opposition to the edifice that is a representation of their suffering is the right ass idea. The problem is that they were armed with the wrong goddamn ideology. They were armed with the wrong vision of what it means to change their conditions. All that energy, all that organizing, all that yelling, all that action. And the focus of it is like, it ain't we up in here now, how we gonna change this shit? Let us sit up in here. Let us hold this shit hostage for a few days and rewrite all the laws. They didn't do that. They didn't do that. Here we got our own new constitution. Fuck what you heard. They didn't do that. That all the energy, all the organizing that they did. People came from all over the country. All that shit they did. And in their collective singular mind's eye was a billionaire. Talk about a waste of energy. Talk about a waste of momentum. You remember when I read to y'all a few months ago? I was reading from the book, the speech that V.I. Lenin made called The State. And in The State, 100 years, more than 100 years ago, 120 something years ago, V.I. Lenin said 120 something years ago. What did he say? He said that the oppressed, the proletariat, the working class, the serf, the slave are always the ones who create the swell, create the momentum that can possibly change things. They are always the ones that set the shit off. He said they are always the ones ready to create the swell of change and movement. But the problem is that the serf, the slave, the working class, the proletariat, right? They have not yet collectivized in a way to have a what did he say? They have not yet understood how to center their own self-material interest. And so what happens every time? He said there ain't no shortage of rebellions. There ain't no shortage of slave rebellions. There ain't no shortage of workers' rebellions. But the problem is the state, as organized as it is, in its allegiance with the church and with artists. That's what Lenin said 120 years ago. With the church and artists, that's what he said. The state met in allegiance with the church and with artists and cultural workers will always surf the wave, get up on top of the wave, surf the wave created by the suffering of the proletariat, of the working class, of the goddamn workers, the laborers, the oppressed. They'll send some Negro, they'll send some Negress, they'll send some colored colonized person, they'll send some slick talking hippie to get in front of the people's movement. You understand? Surf the momentum created by the people's suffering. And at the end, when the wave has ebbed, the state has won. The state has won. And those who surf the wave on behalf of the state get something for themselves too. Can I say Al Sharpton? Can I say Jesse Jackson? Can I say any number of agents of the state, whether conscious agents of the state or ignorant agents of the state, that they put out in front of us? Because you're sick on your indoctrination. You are sick with white supremacy. You are sick with neocolonialism. You are sick with misogyny. You are sick with all of these things. Even if that's not your paid position, you still function as an ignorant agent of the state. And that's what you were witnessing on January 6th. What did they say? Estimates of 35,000? You were witnessing 35,000 sick, ignorant agents of the state. And the reason that it's so terrible is because those same 35,000 people that descended on the White House, on the front lawn, I can guarantee you that 90% of them, their conditions have not changed. And if anything, they have probably gotten worse since this contest, this display they made on January 6th. I can guarantee you. Because what happened shortly after that display they put on? Huh? And so here we are. The reason I mentioned that within the context of this discussion about billionaires and why everything identifiable on the planet is tied to the wealthy, and I'm talking about billionaires. I don't have a problem with people making millions of dollars. There is, to me, I've seen evidence of there are ways to ethically become a millionaire. That don't mean that everybody that's a millionaire is ethically a millionaire. So they too are in the same category, in my estimation, as billionaires. But billionaires, these opulently wealthy who control 50% of the global wealth, there is not one that is not guilty. Not one. And so that's one thing. This thing, and the reason specifically that I mentioned January 6th, is because, and within the context of how these billionaires impact your life, it is not some ambiguous, mystical way that they impact your life. When you're talking about state by state by state by state by state, how many billionaires live in your state? How do they vote? Where do they lean? What does that look like in its influence and impact on policy that directly impacts your goddamn life? You feel me? So one way. The minimum wage, I didn't even know till last night, child. I was dismayed The federal minimum wage in the United States hasn't changed since 2008. And today, in 2024, the national minimum wage is $7.25. I was like, is that right? That's not right. I thought it was like $15. The national minimum wage is $7.25 and has not changed since 2008. What does that mean? Why do your representatives that you vote for, that you yield power to, that go to the White House as representatives or as senators or what, all the shit, all the displays of participation in the democratic process that you put your life into and you put your energy into, and they know what you need because you continually tell them, this is what we need. We need a living wage. We need this. We need that. And the minimum wage hasn't changed since 2008. And today it is $7.25. You feel me? What does this mean when I'm talking about billionaires? What does this mean? If we listen, let me do some shit. If we're talking about, so this is the White House. I'll draw the White House for you. Okay, this is the White House. Okay, this is the White House. Oh, I started that. If this is the White House, you feel me? This is the White House. Okay. And the White House, since 2008, hasn't changed the minimum wage. So the minimum wage right now is $7.25. But in that same period of time, because of inflation, because we talking about 2008. Now, I could get real deep on y'all ass right now and talk about, spiritually and astrologically what happened in 2008, because it's indicative if you have me tell it. 2008 was when the planet Pluto entered into Capricorn for the first time in a couple hundred years. You feel me? That happened in 2008, 2 months after Obama was elected president. That happened. All y'all enters Capricorn. Okay. It is important. Okay. That happened in 2008. What was happening in 2008 under the that Obama walked up into? Was the subprime mortgage scandal that specifically targeted Black and Latino homeowners. Okay. There are people who have been paying for decades into their homes with these faulty ass loans that were designed to steal people's wealth. So they lose all the equity that they paid into their home and they actually lose the home, right? Okay. So those are the two big things that happened, right? There you go. So 2008, they raised, they give you a little penny. They raised the national minimum wage to $7.25. It hadn't changed since. But in the meantime, you done gone through thing after thing, because the subprime mortgage scandal ain't the only thing. But I remember reading the New York Times article at the time that said the amount of wealth that quote Black people just lost as a consequence of the housing crisis started by the subprime mortgage scandal, right? That ain't nobody paid for. This New York Times article said that before 2008, it was estimated that it would take Black people 400 years to close the gap in wealth between white and Black, between white families and Black families. 400 years? That's an odd number, right? After the subprime mortgage scandal, that number went up in a year to 4,000 years. That's what the New York Times stated. That it would take now Black people 4,000 years to close the gap in wealth between white American families and Black American families. That as a consequence of the subprime mortgage scandal, that in the year 1900, this is all from the same article, in the year 1900, Black people owned more land in 1900 than they did in 2008. That Black people in 1920 owned more businesses in 1920 than they did in 2008. This is the collective theft of African wealth, of Black wealth in the United States, right? And so this, what did they say about the subprime mortgage scandal? They didn't say it was brute force robbery. That ain't how they categorized it. They said it was the greatest transfer of wealth in the history of America. That's what they said. What did they just say about pandemic? Didn't they say the same thing? That pandemic represented one of the greatest transfers of wealth. Wealth transfer? You mean robbing motherfuckers blind? Is that what you mean? Because that's what happened. That was the impact. This is how the wealthiest in America, their wealth doubled in 2 years, and how 660 others became billionaires in the same period of time. Talk about wealth transfer. It is a bougie white collar way to say that we create the system. We create the system through the White House, through the shit you trust. We create the system through the apparatus that you trust and put your faith in, that guarantees our ability to rob you without consequence. That's what it means. The reason, the reason I mentioned the fact that minimum wage is still $7.25 is because this is the, quote, legal way to rob you blind, and you believe the legal way so much that you do not do what you would do if somebody broke into your home. If somebody broke into your home and said, give me all your shit, you would be finding something in your house to box this motherfucker out your shit. Right? You would find a bat or a gun or a knife or something to stage a contest with this motherfucker who done came up in your door to rob you blind. But because America is a godhead, because America is a godhead, America is a myth that is the modern personification of your great white God in the sky. And so if he say that this is the way that it is, then who am I to challenge it? This is the law. It is legal. Don't nothing happen in the world before passing through the sight of God, receiving his approval. So if it happens to you, it must have meant that God meant it to happen for some reason that you may not understand. And so here you are, being robbed blind. Y'all ask the question all the time, and I'm always talking about why y'all asking the wrong motherfucking question. Y'all ask the question all the time since this shit happened in October 7th. Or not even since October 7th, since February 22nd of 2022, when the United States drew us into this conflict between Ukraine and Russia. Y'all asking all the time. Every time I turn around, somebody asking, it's messed up. You understand? How we got $70 billion, $50 billion, $20 billion here. How we got all these billions of dollars to be sending to the Ukraine? How we got all this money to be sending to Israel, but we ain't got no money to solve our problems here in the United States? That's the wrong question. It is an infantile question that demonstrates that in your mind, you see the state, you see the White House, you see the United States government, you see the Constitution, you see the representatives, you see the senators. You see them as the grand authority that you have yielded your power to take care of you. And in this allegiance to this wicked ass institution, you work and are taxed on that which you earn multiple times. Multiple times you are taxed. You don't just receive a one tax. You get taxed on your pay, and then that's all the tax you have to pay. No, your earned money is taxed all the time, over and over and over and over and over again. It's taxed paying your bills, your light bill, your electricity. This is taxed paying your mortgage. It's taxed paying you goddamn student loans. You understand? It's taxed paying for food. It's taxed paying to go out and just have a drink to get the edge off. This which you have earned is taxed to oblivion. Then they got the nerve to only give you $7.25 an hour, which is the majority of what poor and working class people are making in this fucking country, expected to survive on, and they tax the fuck out of it. So listen, what they're telling you with $7.25 an hour is that this is the minimum wage that we can pay you for your labor expended to produce something for the group. Okay? That to us, they're not saying that that's not what your energy, your work is worth. That's not what they're saying. $7.25 an hour is not what they're saying your energy is worth, your work is worth. That's not what they're saying. They're saying this is all that we are willing to pay you for your labor. Your labor is worth much, much more. But as long as you don't fight for a fair representation of your energetic output, we ain't gonna volunteer no more. We ain't volunteering no more. If you ain't staging the contest for it and you ain't saying nothing for it, we ain't giving it. What they're saying with $7.25 an hour, hell, even with $15 an hour, what they're saying to you is that your labor, the 40 hours a week you put in, this is what we are willing to pay you for it. What you produce in those 40 hours a week is worth much, much more. And in order for us to maintain our level of wealth and grow that wealth, we have to make sure that you stay only able to just barely survive with enough energy to continue to produce for us at a deficit. You feel me? What does that look like? Because right now today, with the rate of inflation for whom your $7.25 an hour has not adjusted at all, not at all. As a matter of fact, the chasm between the average rate of pay and the accumulation of, listen, I just saw this graph last night, that American production, meaning what we produce as workers, American production has steadily increased, sharply, steadily increased. So it ain't like we lazy. It ain't like we don't want to work. It ain't like we sabotage our jobs. That's bullshit fed to you to justify why you're only making $7.25 an hour. American productivity since 1926 has been on a steady, sharp incline. We steady producing, steady working. And for about a period, and I will tell you what gave rise to it, for about a period of 25 years, the rate of productivity and the rate of pay was almost identical. For about 25 years, we was getting paid what we was worth. We was getting paid the value of our labor, the value of that which we produced. The rate of pay or our productivity and the rate of pay was almost equal for about 25 years. And I will tell you what I think gave rise to it. What always gives rise to progress in this filthy bitch. The staged contests of those who are the sufferers in this country. Staging opposition. The civil rights movement is what did that. The fucking Black Power movement is what did that. The fucking women's rights movement is what did that. The fucking LGBT movement is what did that. These movements that was back to back for a span of 30 years, kicking these motherfuckers' asses left and right. But every time they turned around, they had a fight they had to address. That same period of time is the same period of time that, at least graphically, the productivity of Americans and the rate of pay were equal. Now we are, since 1991, the split began to taper off between our productivity and our matched rate of pay. So now our productivity is still high, But the separation, right? So I forget how he worded it, but it was basically demonstrating how the rate of pay, that's what it was. The productivity was growing exponentially, but the rate of pay was tapering off. And so now, here in 2024, there is a chasm like this between our productivity, which is way up here. We still producing. That's why your ass is exhausted. That's why you're tired. That's why you feel energetically wiped out, no matter how much sleep you get. That's why you feel spiritually exhausted, no matter what you do, no matter how many clubs you go to, or how much dancing you do, or whatever. You're like, something is fucking wrong. Something is wrong. Here you are being robbed in broad goddamn daylight and calling it everything but what the fuck it is. Here we are producing, and no matter what we produce, we cannot get ahead. We cannot get ahead. No matter what we do, no matter how many degrees we go and acquire, because we still believe the hype that all you gotta do is go to college and you'll get a good job. That ain't real. More than 50% of people who are billionaires in this country don't have a college degree. I said that. I think it was like 51%. 51% of people who are billionaires in the United States do not have a single college degree. So that myth is just being laid out in the wide open. Here we are producing, right? But our average rate of pay is at a standstill since 1991. This creates a gap. If we're producing, the wealth attached to that which we produce still exists. We are not getting our fair share of that which we produce, of the impact of that which we produce. This is what creates the excess, the financial excess that then becomes bonuses in the tunes of millions of dollars for CEOs, bonuses that can be turned into investments. Those bonuses is what is responsible for this gap in a $7.25 national goddamn minimum wage. And instead of those 35,000 motherfuckers drunk off malignant whiteness, staging a contest on January 6th, instead of them saying, these are our list of demands. We want a permanent end to the bullshit called minimum wage, the minimum amount I can get away with legally paying you while I rob you blind in broad daylight. We want a permanent end to the minimum wage. And instead, from here on out, it will be called, the equity wage, the equity wage. That's what we're gonna call it. We're gonna call it the equity wage. The equity wage. You feel me? From now on, we're gonna call it the equity wage. You feel me? And what that means is as our economy grows, as our productivity increases, our pay increases in like. They couldn't do that. They couldn't say that. You feel me? And so here we are. What does not just that? Right now, today, they say that there is not a single city in the United States, not a single city in the U.S. where an 18-year-old high school graduate working a 40-hour-a-week job can afford to rent an apartment by themselves. Nowhere. These are the statistics. Not a single city in this country. Not a single city in this country where an 18-year-old who does not want to go to college, just wants to work and to live, working 40 hours a week, can afford to rent a one-bedroom apartment on their own. I recognize that, Janet Kennedy, that there are these places all over the country that have their own minimum wage or their own, quote, living wage. Here in California, it's $16. That's not my point. Because even in Missouri, where it may be $12.30, or here in California, where it may be $16 an hour, the fact of the matter is you are still being robbed, bitch. You're being pacified, bitch. I ain't talking about you, Janet Kennedy. I'm saying in general, bitch, like this some bullshit. You are being robbed. because this statistic that I just gave you about how a single 18-year-old high school graduate who works 40 hours a week, there's not a single city in the United States where they can afford to pay for a one-bedroom apartment by themselves. And in fact, the other side of that statistic is that the average worker in the United States of America, in order to be able to afford to live with the housing inflation the way that it is, the average United States worker would have to make $36 an hour just to basically live. Just to basically live. That ain't even, they saying just to thrive, just to be able, they ain't saying to thrive, they saying just to live, meaning your rent is paid, you feel me? You only have to work 40 hours a week for your rent to be paid, your lights, your bills, your food, and if you got kids, your kids. That's the minimum that the current statistics from well-renowned economists in this country are saying, that with the rate of pay met against the rate of the housing inflation, that everybody in this bitch should be making $36 an hour minimally. So what does that mean? If you take $36 an hour as the minimum, say today, $36 an hour is the minimum wage, meaning $36 an hour is what's being paid to every worker minimally, in this country. What that means is the other way I can ask that question. If every business, if every corporation was being made to pay their employees from janitor to whatever, the $36 an hour that economists say is necessary for humans to live in the United States right now, what would this mean for these bonuses that these billionaires get, these CEOs get, these founders get, these corporations get, these owners get, if they were paying everybody in this bitch at minimum the $36 an hour that they deserve as a rate, as wage for that which they produce for their companies? Did y'all hear me? I hope I explained that well. Economists say every American minimally needs to be making $36 an hour this day, in order to afford to live here. This becomes the origin of that which your ass glorifies and glamorizes, that is called the billionaire. This is the chasm that is created. It is the theft of your labor. It is the theft of what you produce. Because no money, no wealth, no nothing exists without some person transforming something, energy or actual materials, transforming that thing into something that can be bought, sold, and traded on the market. All wealth exists that way. All wealth exists for that reason alone. And so if you aren't getting your portion of it, and you talking about, we ain't got enough money to solve our own problems while we sending billions somewhere else, that's wrong, baby. You do have enough money to solve your own problems. You do have enough wealth for there to be not a singular homeless person in the United States right now. There is enough money to end homelessness in the United States of America. There is. You've generated it. You have created that. The problem is that you created it, you generated it, and then when you went out to them motherfucking polls to say who you are going to elect to steal it from you, to rob it from you, to meet their own interest out in the world, every dollar sent to Israel, every dollar sent to Ukraine, every dollar to generate, to create, to facilitate proxy wars in Africa for the furthering of exploitation of raw minerals and materials from Africa. Every dollar that goes anywhere but here was generated, created by you. Every penny. You think your elected officials generate wealth, create wealth? Do you think that your representatives, your senator, your mayor, your this, and this, do they create wealth? Do they create value of any kind? here you got the state, right? And here you got billionaires working hand in hand to get their needs met by using your labor as the bargaining chip. Let me put it like this. If there was, quote, a mystery called an ethical billionaire, right? And this billionaire, the reason he's ethical is because from the extraction of raw materials out of the earth in Africa, all the way up the line to production of whatever that is, right, was paying everyone from beginning to end a fair wage, meaning fair, meaning you can support your life. You can support your life from the extraction of the steel out of the ground all the way to the production of the car on the damn line. Everybody was getting a fair and comparable wage, an equity rate wage, right? Would he be a billionaire? If the corporation owner called the billionaire was paying everyone from extraction of raw material to the production of good for the market was being paid an equity rate wage, being paid fairly for the contribution to what will eventually become this car, from the steel extracted all the way up through from the rubber. From the rubber plantations in Liberia, in the steel out the ground and wherever the hell, and the shipping by the guys on the big boats and all, and then the dudes that all have to come together to make the damn thing, and then the people who know how to do the computer technology shit of the thing. Everybody all the way along the line from beginning to end was getting paid an equity wage. Would he be a billionaire? Would there be $1 million bonuses annually for profit? You understand? That's why I say there is no such thing as an ethical billionaire. Because they still work off the idea that they are entitled to, what do they call it? The primitive accumulation of capital. We got to make somebody a slave in order to profit the way we want to. We have to make somebody a captive in order to profit the way we want to. We have to steal something in order to profit the way we want to. I'm not opposed to being rich. I told you, I know personally people who have acquired the status of millionaire that all along the line, they made sure that their business practices were ethical. So I'm not opposed to wealth. What I am opposed to is billionaires. What I am opposed to is the opulence that justifies broad daylight theft of labor, of land, and of resources that we're witnessing in real time. I just told you, I see this map of all the faces of the richest billionaires in each state. And we act like somehow today is different than 1776. We act like today is somehow different than 1619. We act like somehow today is different. Yes, we have a little bit, just like I was saying with white people. The billionaire class, the oligarch class, they don't mind giving you some pittance that look like, some upward mobility to keep you quiet, to keep you complicit, to keep you from raging the fuck out of control. Let's get these white people, let's create a white middle class so they don't buck the system. Let's create a wealthier white working class. They still ain't gonna have shit, but when you ain't got shit already, a little bit more shit may look good to you. So let's give some kickbacks to the white workers. You feel me? So they don't buck the system. Not only do they not buck the system, they defend it, because this propaganda that we have created teaches them that they too can be billionaires if they just play the game. They too can be billionaires if they just follow the fucking line. Will never see $1 million in their lifetime, but they still believe it every day. Let me see how many niggas I can betray. Let me see how many natives I can betray. Let me see how many indigenous people I can scalp. Let's see how many houses I can steal. Let's see how many black people I can rob. Let's see how many black made cities minding their own motherfucking business we can destroy to prove to massa that we believe that we too can be billionaires, that we too can be rich, because our whiteness as manifest destiny teaches us that this is our entitlement as God's chosen children. That's what the white people, these was wasps when they came over here. That's what they believe. That's what they believe. Manifest destiny told them, we the chosen ones. We the chosen ones. White Anglo-Saxon Protestants who came to the United States. Sound familiar? Here we are hearing they ain't even changed the script. And y'all act like y'all can't hear. We God chosen people. We the chosen ones of the world, you feel me? So there is no wrong that we can do. Everything we do in our God's name and with his consent. He charges us to do exactly what we do, to behave exactly how we behave. And as a Southern Baptist Christian, believing that the Revelations is a book of prophecy about the coming of the Lord, you say we got to side with Israel because the Revelation did say, you know what I'm saying, that the world was going to raise up against Israel. Not that these oligarchs, these patriarchs, these wicked ass institutions, Judaism, Islam, and motherfucking Catholicism and Christianity, in their creation of the state, which they did, they created the state. In their creation of the state, hasn't been able to use this document called the Bible. Because I tell y'all over and over, all you got to do is go back about 4 years of videos. What do I say the Bible is? The Bible is not a book of predictions. It's not. It is a plagiarized book of astrology that it also functions as a manual, as a blueprint for the implementation and maintenance of empire. So if you had the book for however long you had the Christian Bible, few hundred years, 1400s, the first printed Bible, since about 1400, 1487, some shit, 1440, you done had the Bible, right? And y'all black people love the King James Version Bible, you feel me? Diabolical tyrant that he was. Cool. KJV is your jam? Right on. So here you have a written manual handed down by the Holy Roman Empire turned Holy Roman Catholic Church, whose ambitions have never changed from the time that it was pagan. Rome said what in its origin? All roads lead to Rome. That our singular ambition is to conquer the known world. Has their ambition changed since its origin? Has its ambition changed? No. Its garb has changed. Its titles have changed. Holy Roman Empire, emperor that leads the Holy Roman Empire. Now the empire and the emperor becomes what? The Pope. The Pope, right? Overseeing all wars, overseeing all marriages to create allyships and allegiances between dueling states. The Pope. The printing press was created, what? At least in Europe, in 1440. The first book printed on the printing press was not the Bible. The very first book printed on this new technology that had the ability to change the world for the better. The first book printed on the printing press was the Malleus Maleficarum, the witch's hammer, teaching men, not just nobles and holy men, teaching every single, it was the greatest work of propaganda on earth, is what it was. Teaching every single man in Europe how to spot, identify, torture, and kill would-be witches. Who was identified as witches in Europe? The primary victims of witchcraft trials, the Inquisition in Europe, were who? According to all statistics, women with power. What power? Women who were midwives and had knowledge of herbs as healing remedies. Those were the targets. Why did the church single them out? Did the church really believe in Ooga Booga? Did the church really believe that women was having like a black mass in the woods, worshiping the devil? Did they really believe that? Because just a few years before the Malleus Maleficarum, people were not being tried for witchcraft. People were being tried for heresy, taking a position against the church, joining that wasn't the Reformation. The Reformation hadn't happened yet, but taking a position in opposition to the church, making motherfuckers pay to get into heaven and all of that shit. The church was robbing people blind. And this dude, the lead guy who wrote the Malleus Maleficarum, got humiliated by a woman. So I forget the whole story, but he got humiliated by a woman and ended up on trial because he brought up false allegations against the woman, and then he lost the trial and was humiliated. They say he disappeared for a period of time, and when he reemerged, he was shamed by the church. He was shamed by all his leadership. Like he was humiliated. And in a vendetta against women, he went behind closed doors for a minute. They say he ducked out for a minute. He was gone for a minute. And when he reemerges, this is what he has to offer to the church. And the church reads the Malleus Maleficarum. And they see dollar signs. That's what they saw. They saw an opportunity to continue what Rome had always been doing, challenging power. It was the same thing they did when they started conquering other places and eradicating their ideas, their worship of the goddess or their worship of the land. Their ideas was what represented a threat to the establishment of empire. Their allegiance to the goddess was what represented the greatest threat to the imposition of empire. The Bible was just a continuing of old, damn near 2,000-3,000 years worth of Roman conquest. So here you got a book. After the Malleus Maleficarum, then you started seeing the first prints of the Bible. It was many years later, but still, you start seeing the first prints of the Bible. The people couldn't read. They say that 92% of Europeans were illiterate because of the church. The church forbade reading. The church forbade bathing. You understand? We get this idea that white people was just in Europe stinking. No, they were forbidden by the church under the threat of assaults on their life from bathing. That ain't my opinion. These are papers from professors that I've read, right? And so the church was raining holy hell on the everyday average person. Once the Malleus Maleficarum was printed, it unleashed a literal holy war on women. It unleashed an unofficial holy war on women. It did. You understand? Why did I get into that? About the Bible. So here it is. What? It's 2024. So that's so here it is. Damn near 800 years later. And y'all still carry this bitch around, the Bible. Y'all still carry this motherfucker around, believing in your mind that the God of Abraham, the only God on earth, who is the progenitor of the only chosen people on earth, Hebrews/Jews, who for 2,000 years of the Bible tell you of the rage-filled, maniacal lunatic that is the God of war, and how he is driving his people to go slaying all over the land. I want you to post up on this land for a little bit, slay everybody moving, so they evil demons don't jump on you. right? That's the whole first 2,000 years, 2,500 years, the Old Testament. That they all have in common. The Torah, the Bible, the fucking Quran. They all have that in common, the Old Testament. Why the Old Testament is the only thing that they all have in common? Because the Old Testament is what they all can agree on. This is the expression of their singular war of God, whether they call him Allah or Yahweh or Jesus or whoever the fuck. This is the one thing they can all unite on, is that war is what is necessary to appease their God. War is ordained as just, righteous, and necessary by their God of Abraham, the singular God of Abraham that unites the three. Y'all think I'm out here just being contentious when I call them the unholy Trinity. They say it in your face. This is what binds us all. This is what unites us all, even as we at war. And we ain't at war as the institutions. We behind closed doors doing dealings. We behind closed doors doing dealings. While we send out the masses to do our bidding, to continue to do what Rome has always done, what the Bible always does, has always done, what the Quran since its inception has always does, what the Torah since its inception has always does. These are not books of fucking prophecy. They are blueprints for the establishment and maintenance of empire. And then we accept in our bodies. We teach to our babies. We indoctrinate their fucking blood cells, their DNA, to believe that the world that we live in is the way that it's supposed to be because God said so. Because God said so. That the way, and then we always permanently lament about this fictitious Eve, this fictitious Eden in the New Testament as this proverbial thing we must always long to go back to, which is in heaven at the right hand of the Father, because it can't be here on earth where the fuck it's supposed to be, Eden. It can't be here on earth where it's supposed to be. Because if heaven on earth, if Eden existed on earth where it's supposed to be, it would make this fictitious white father God irrelevant. What would we need? A warmongering, fear-mongering God that's always terrorizing you into submission for if Eden existed on earth where it's supposed to. You understand? This is the role that these people play, and this is the weakness that we have when we do not have a holistic analysis of what we're witnessing at any given time. I mean that. I'm talking about today, when y'all are traipsing out to these motherfucking polls, thinking that you are participating in a democratic process. You are signing off your allegiance to a war god. America is the personification of the very same great God, great white guy in the sky. America is a war god. America is a warhead. What do we call it? A godhead. We created it based on the mythology imposed on us, and then us speaking that shit into existence with our mouth, with the power of our ashe. We created this mythology. We created this godhead. And if we created it, we can uncreate it. January 6th should have, if the participants were not drunk off the philosophy and the mythology of the Godhead, September 6th could have been a pivotal time in human history on behalf of America, on behalf of its citizens. It could have been. But instead, they became the great white warriors, the great chosen people, still drunk off the idea of manifest destiny, that had them stage an opposition with a fucking megalomaniacal lunatic billionaire at their helm, like the goddamn Pied Piper, leading them off a cliff into their own oblivion. That's a word. Because that's what he did. That's what he did. That's what he did. And on the other side of that, because I can talk about white people on January 6th and their allegiance to Donald Trump, honey, and recognizing, again, it is not to take away from a single white person that was out there, because the 99% of them was working class people getting their ass kicked, living in trailers and shit, barely able to feed their families. So I'm not taking away from them the reason. They're like, look, can we live? Like, that's all we're asking for is, can we live? Like, can we have a wage that actually supports us living? But they are championing as they representative, as they Godhead, a motherfucker who do not care if you live or die, as long as you can produce every single day until you die, and I reap the benefits of that product of your labor and your blood and your sweat and your tears and your misery. I don't give a fuck, bitch. I'm gonna be a billionaire long after you did. You feel me? And the problem is on the other side of the aisle. Black people doing the same thing in the opposite way. Black people in mass doing the same motherfucking thing them white people did out of January 6th. Believing in the myth called American democracy, which has never existed for you. Not once, not ever. Anything that even closely resembled democracy in America has your motherfucking cracked skull, broken ribs, blood all over it. Anything that even closely resembles democracy in the whole entire history of America has been baptized in your black ass blood, baptized in native blood, baptized in Mexican blood, baptized in white blood, baptized in Asian blood, in red and brown, black, red, yellow, and white blood. All of you have baptized and given life to this monstrous bitch. And you think that the speeches that these figureheads make to you are exemplary of democracy. The speeches aren't exemplary of democracy. It is the history of your fight against it that is the evidence of democracy. Everything that you have ever had that resemble everything that the rest of the world sees in America as the evidence of American democracy was scrapped for like hell. Every single thing. Why babies can't work in factories no more. Why women have the ability to go and cast their fate with this bullshit and this bullshit. I'm talking about voting. You feel me? Why women only since 1976 can get their own checking account so they can start to accumulate their own wealth. Huh? Everything that even remotely appears to be democratic in its presentation did not come from the Godhead called America, it being benevolent and bestowing democracy upon us. It didn't happen that way. Not once, not ever. Not one benevolent president. Even your beloved Kennedy was a tyrant. A tyrant. Even your beloved FDR was a tyrant. Yes, he was. Not one, not your beloved Southern Negro Trinity, Jesus, Martin Luther King, and Abraham Lincoln, or John F. Kennedy, depending upon how progressive you are. Lincoln was a tyrant, a diabolical bastard at that. Mm-hmm. So not once, not ever, in the entire history of this monstrous creation has democracy been afforded to you effortlessly on the principle that, quote, all men are created equal. It has never happened. Not once. Not once. And at least your founding fathers were honest when drafting the bullshit documents that y'all have deified, the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and all that shit. At least they was honest. They're like, we know exactly who we talking about. And we ain't talking about none of these motherfuckers. We talking about us. White, wealthy, aristocratic men who own slaves. This shit we just drafted is for us. This shit we just drafted is only for, at least they was honest. Y'all the ones believe the myth. Y'all the ones believe the myth. And because you believe the myth, you have been fighting since day one to generate and create the myth through these democratic demonstrations that have allowed you to, at any given time, seize a little bit of power in the myth that was generated to serve only one group of people in this country: wealthy white men. That's all it was ever meant to serve. And they were honest. Your ass believed the hype that it was for you. Your ass read the Constitution and get all warm and fuzzy inside because you think they talking about you. Your ass is the one that believed the hype. You people, black, brown, red, yellow, poor, white, you are the ones that have attempted to break the myth in your struggles for democracy, in your fights for democratic space, in your exhaustion to attempt to galvanize something that really represents what it means to be an egalitarian society where everybody is granted equal opportunity and access to become their best self. Y'all did that. Not the state, not the government, not your founding fathers. You have done that. Everything that you are fighting for that you think is a representation of America as a godhead, it's not. As a matter of fact, the reason it's so fucking hard to eke out democratic space, it's so hard to make democratic leaps forward, it's so hard is because that same American godhead is constantly at war with you, trying to beat back your progress. That bitch is sitting up high, steadily trying to beat back your progress because it is saying in your face in real time, bitch, this was not for y'all. Why y'all keep acting like this shit was for y'all? We didn't create America for y'all. We created America for us and brought y'all over here so y'all could do the work while we reap the benefits. That's today, right now, and why you make $7.25 an hour and can barely figure out why your ass can't pay no rent or buy a house or even buy land without the state imposing on your ability and how you can even own your own property. They have been saying all day, every day from the beginning of the inception of this bitch in 1776. This is not for you. Now, depending upon the fight you put up, we might give a little bit of crumbs. We might give a little bit of access to pacify you. But this shit has never been and will never be for you. As long as we say so, this shit ain't never going to be for you. It's never going to be for you. And the evidence that this is true, it hit me, child, like a brick wall. The evidence that what I am telling you is true is when I opened up today a Google image search of the billionaires in the United States, and they had state by state by state by state by state by state, 47 states, with some white man's face superimposed on the whole state and one white woman as the wealthiest people in every state. And it's right there in your face. The picture says, I told y'all this shit ain't for y'all. All y'all supposed to do is generate our wealth. Y'all ain't supposed to have no say. This shit ain't for y'all. We'll give you penance. We'll give you the bare minimum we can get away with to keep you quiet, to keep you shut the fuck up, to keep you from raging the fuck out. But make no mistake, this shit belongs to us. It always has. It was only created for us. The problem is that we who have been fighting have been staging a contest with this bitch since day one for freedom, for access, for a little bit of democratic relief. You feel me? Have always had in our mind's eye some singular thing or some singular issue or some singular temporary thing as the goal for which this contest was waged. The civil rights movement was waged. The Black Power movement was waged. The women's liberation movement was waged. The women's suffrage movement was waged. It's always some linear, tiny, minute corner of or piece of the democratic process that we've always staged these contests. And we may win a little bit. Let's just give these little bitches, because the vote don't matter anyway. Let's go ahead and get the bitches to fucking vote. Make them think they really doing something. Make them think they really having an impact. You feel me? We might even change a few laws. We might even change a few ordinances. Our goals are met. Our goals are met regardless. This Black Power shit, oh, they really on some. They might get close. They the closest we done come. Let's pull out our old boy, J. Edgar Hoover, mixed race. J. Edgar Hoover, closet case cross dresser, who hated all others, blacks, the gay rights movement, all the stuff. Let's pull out our boy J. Edgar Hoover, to make sure we quell this most threatening personification of rebellion on behalf of democracy. Let's do that. I can go all the way through human history, through the history of this bitch right here, and show you how their objectives, like the Holy Roman Empire, has never changed. What did I tell you that the word America meant? Remember, we were always talking about how America was named after some dude named Amerigo Vespucci or some shit. Well, where'd he get the name from? What does the name mean in its etymology? The word America means work state. That's what it means. That ain't my opinion. This right there in the internet. Work state. That's what it means. America, as a word, means, I think in Latin is its origin. Work state. They play in your motherfucking face because their job has been well done in terms of the imposition of ideas in your consciousness that always serve them. Always. Everything you do always serves them at your expense. Always serves them at your expense. They tell you in your face, oh, America was named after Amerigo Vespucci. And Amerigo Vespucci, his name means work state. We're going to build a nation of workers who will work every day for the rest of their lives, and we will reap the benefits. And under an illusion called democracy in the democratic process, you understand? And we have to make sure that we create states, though. We have to create levels. We have to create, we have to create classes so that they will always be in kind of like this modicum amount of controversy between themselves so that we are never revealed and our ambitions are never revealed. I looked at that picture today that is the thumbnail for this live and was like, y'all run out there if y'all want to. We know who gonna win. You understand? Every single state in the union but 3. Billionaires with interests that need to be met, tied to your labor and what it can produce for them at your expense. There's so much more I wanted to say, but I'm already at 3 hours. I could go off on this all day because here we are in 2024. It's what, the 5th? We're 14 days out from the closing of a very long process called America's First Pluto Returns. And I don't know, y'all. I don't know. But there's a lot. I'm serious about wanting to do like a little research thing to talk about the wicked web of wealth, because I could keep going on and on. What is the connection? What is the direct connection between the acquisition of this wealth by billionaires and the legal process called eminent domain? Is there a history of the relationship between land that has been stolen, property that has been stolen from primarily Black and brown people, under the legal process of eminent domain? How many billionaires' wealth is specifically tied to big projects of eminent domain? I want to know that because I know it exists, right? What about the more than 68 that we never hear about, that ain't in nobody history books, is only now being revealed, right? What is the history? Two things. The 68 Black cities in this country that have been destroyed, typically by white working class rage about their acquisition of wealth and development. Black people who came off the plantations, came out of sharecropping, bought a little piece of land, built a city, built a community where they thought they could be safe. Jealous white people, again, being unofficial agents of the state in their conditioning, set their sights on what these Black people have and feel like if they got it, it means we supposed to have it because we white and they ain't. You feel me? And then across the country, destroying thriving Black communities, minding their own motherfucking business. You feel me? But them white people didn't do that by themselves. I guarantee you that if you go far enough and deep enough into each one of the destructions of these Black cities that were either burnt to the ground or buried under lakes, whole cities buried under lakes, I guarantee you behind the veil of this white rage was some oligarch, was some descendant of the aristocracy. I guarantee it. I would be willing to bet money on it. I guarantee you behind the destruction of every one of these more than 68 Black cities in this country, behind the destruction of each of them, is some oligarch. Not only some oligarch responsible for the poverty of the white people who were incited to attack the city in the first place. Not only that, this IG is whack. Okay, it's about to go off again. I'll re up the IG. Not only that, if those Black communities, the 68 plus Black communities that have been leveled to the ground and destroyed by regular everyday white people were left alone from that day to this to thrive, what would the wealth of Black America look like right now? What would the collective wealth of Black America look like that the New York Times says that as of 2008 would take 4,000 years to close the gap between the wealth of white families and the wealth of Black families? What would the wealth of the collective wealth of Black people in America look like right now today if those cities that they built from the dirt up off their own blood, sweat, and tears after working for free for 400 years, what would the collective Black wealth of Black America look like if they had been left alone to thrive? What would Black wealth look like if Tulsa, Oklahoma thrived in the way that it was then, if Tulsa, Oklahoma had been left alone to continue to thrive? And who is the beneficiaries of that would-be wealth? Who now is thriving directly as a consequence of the wealth stolen? Because that wealth was stolen. And it wasn't the state that was doing it. It was regular, everyday white people. The white men would go into the house, kill everybody they could find, and then the white women and their children would go in with bags to steal all the crystal and the silver and the... Who of those white people that was going into these Black people's houses and stealing their wealth, whose family has their wealth has piled up on top of each other, piled up on top of each other, piled up on top of each other as a consequence of this primitive accumulation of capital that happened as the face of an assault on Tulsa, Oklahoma? How many wealthy people in that region are wealthy as a direct consequence of the onslaught levied against Tulsa, Oklahoma, and its 3,000 banks? The theft, the robbery of the banks, the theft of the homes. You feel me? I want to know what billionaires' wealth is tied to that. As a matter of fact, billionaires and millionaires. Anybody that's a millionaire, I want to know whose wealth is directly tied to the theft of wealth from some Black, brown, or red family in this country. I want you to know that. All these so-called self-made billionaires. Use a motherfucking lie. Use a lie. There ain't no such an animal. There ain't no such an animal. Elon Musk that y'all keep bigging up as some good-looking homeboy who is like so forward-thinking. He ain't no self-made billionaire. Not when his family was thriving. Hold on, let me open this shit back up. Stop doing that. Stop championing this dude because he wear a t-shirt and blue jeans when he go out in public and because he got a colored wife. Stop doing that. There is no such thing as no self-made billionaire. Elon Musk is not no self-made billionaire. Not when the origins of his wealth, the foundation of his startup, the foundation of his wealth is his apartheid fucking family. Not only their ownership of emerald mines, but their exploitation of fucking damn near slave labor, cheap labor to extract the emeralds out the goddamn emerald mines in apartheid South Africa. Stop lying. The energetic impact of the origins of your wealth never goes away. The wealth never goes away. It can only grow. It can only be added to. There is no self-made billionaire. You understand what I'm saying? Stop doing that. Stop glorifying these people as something to emulate and look up to. I couldn't believe when I just Googled one of their names, how many sites came up, economic quotes, economic gems from Elon Musk. Quotes from Zuckerberg, quotes from Soros, quotes from what's that motherfucker name? Y'all love so much because he looked like Santa Claus or some shit. What's this dude name? Buffett. You know what I'm saying? There is no such a creation as a self-made billionaire. They are the personification of the wicked and strategic effectiveness of policy manipulation that facilitates the theft of your wealth, the theft of your labor. That's what $7.25 an hour means. They are the wicked personification of the efficiency and the effectiveness as a strategy of manipulating governmental bodies the globe over to continue unabated and unopposed to exploit human labor. That's it. Everywhere on earth. And I'll even add this to add controversy to that. This already very controversial piece I done did. The places we think, because America is fucked up in a million different ways, but there are places where it's much more evident about who the target is, much more evident about the objective. Those places are the places where the women are subjugated the most. Where women are subjugated the most. This is an extreme personification of the same thing I'm talking about right here. Where the only thing that women can do is be quiet and have babies. Continue to produce wealth for the state under the guise of being a good Muslim woman. I'm sorry. The only purpose you serve is as a birthing machine to make sure that there is ample material in terms of cannon fodder and baby machines. It's the only purposes that you serve in these areas. And then the religious justification of it in Islam. In Africa. In India. And even those states, even those countries, even those places, even those state apparatuses that are, quote, non-religious and they're obvious, they're not obviously, a religious underpinning for the justification of how the state is in the world, like China or Japan. The objective is the same. That's why all these, this is the last thing I'm gonna say, but I had to in terms of this, especially since I mentioned Elon Musk. I have to say this, and then I'm gonna shut up. Especially those countries right now, which are the United States, China, Japan, South Korea. What are some other big ones? Those are the big ones that are always lamenting and woeing in crisis. Oh my God, ain't nobody having no babies no more. Population collapse is imminent. Oh, the drama. Oh, Italy, Spain, those are big. France, big ones. These are all the big ones. Talking about the crisis of population collapse and how our population is going to collapse in 2030 and shit. Okay? Let me tell you. I went through so many videos in the last 24 hours. So many videos. And do you know, I didn't find, not yet, a singular video. Not one. I didn't find a singular video. Actively looking. I didn't find a single video about population collapse where women were leading the discussion, where women were trying to understand economically and politically the impact of the looming population collapse. Not one. Every single body from every single where. Black, brown, Arab, red, Asian, every single goddamn discussion being had about the crisis of population collapse was men. Perpetually, and if you have me tell it, deliberately missing the boat in terms of an analysis about this question that is being put forward as a crisis for humanity to face and address. Not one man came to anything even close to a reasonable analysis and explanation. Not one woman easily accessible in the search giving her analysis about this discussion on population collapse. You feel me? And the reason that I'm going off on it, again, within the context of goddamn billionaires and how they are responsible for everything wrong on earth, is there way too many billionaires who have a whole lot of opinions about the coming crisis of population collapse. How women ain't having enough babies and shit. Whole lot of billionaires having this discussion. Elon Musk is the one who has been the most recent champion in real life, because I think he'd have made his baby mama have like 6 motherfucking kids or some shit as evidence that he is a participant in the future by making this Asian one, I think his wife is Asian or some shit, have 6 fucking babies. You feel me? This is his soapbox right now. People are interviewing him. What do you think about the coming crisis of the population collapse? Huh? I'm going to tell you what the crisis for billionaires are. Because there are 8 billion motherfuckers on the planet. There are 8 billion people on the planet. And if these 2,781 motherfuckers would unhand the people's fucking wealth that they have stolen, 50% of the global wealth stolen and hoarded by 2,781 people, if they would unhand our shit, we could all live and live well. What does it mean to unhand our shit? What I said in the beginning about the person, whether they dig in the raw metal, the raw material, the raw crystal quartz, the raw diamonds, the raw whatever, the raw materials out the earth are getting paid exactly what everybody else along the lines of production is getting paid. They are getting paid the value of their labor and the ability to live and thrive off that which they produce. That's what I mean when I say these motherfuckers need to unhand our wealth. That 50% of the world's wealth that they control is wealth generated by somebody other than them. Created by somebody other than them that control it. So when you start having millionaires like Buffett and Bezos and motherfucking Elon crying and lamenting about the coming crisis of what do they call it? The birthing crisis, the population crisis and shit. Why are they lamenting? Why are they fearful? Why are they woeing? Huh? Why are they screaming from the rooftops? Women have babies. It's what you're here for. And then all of you ignorant motherfuckers who fall right in line regurgitating that dumbass shit against your interest. You are if you are a man talking about the only purpose for a woman is to have children for you, you are working against your own interest. That's what you're doing. That's what you are doing. Because just like they have a script for white people to forever maintain white poor people's allegiance to whiteness against their own self-interest, they got a prescription for you too. They got a drug for you too. Male, they got a drug for you. Negro, they got a drug for you. Christian, Mexican, they got a drug for you. Catholics, if you are out here reverberating, regurgitating this, scream out loud from the rooftops, what's happening with women? They ain't shit. Feminism killed the family. Why these bitches ain't having no babies no more? You screaming from the rooftop, all this dumbass shit, not knowing that the only purpose for your mother to give birth to you under this shit, under this system, is for the value of your actual body to be a commodity on the stock market for the buying, selling, and trading of what you produce for somebody else. That was your only purpose. Your mama may have had wishes for you that were more than that, but the state made an institution that guaranteed that you could have nothing more than what was necessary for your bare minimal survival to continue to produce for them. That's it. And so y'all out here screaming from the rooftops the same exact damn near verbatim narrative that a billionaire like Elon Musk is shouting from the rooftops. I got questions. Because at the end of the day, the reason that he is lamenting and woeing and shouting from the rooftops about why y'all motherfuckers ain't having no babies is because statistically, since before the turn of the 20th century, in the mid 1800s, they started to notice, especially when all of these immigrants start right around the turn of the century, when all these immigrants started coming from Europe, from Ireland and all of these places, they noticed over a span of only maybe. There was one study I read when I was in college about, I'll have to find it because I actually still have the textbook, but there was this one observatory study that they did over a 30-year period of time of immigrants coming into Toronto and monitoring specifically the birth rate, because there was a particular population of women. I forget who it was. Maybe it was the Irish. No, let's see. It wasn't Toronto. It was Quebec. It was talking about the immigrant population in Quebec and how over a period of time, they theorized that when the women had more access to money and they had more access to education, that because they would have the money to support them, these women, the idea was that the women would have more children. But the opposite happened. The more access to education, the more access to their own money and their own ability to support themselves, the more educated, the more sovereign, the more freedom women have the world over, the less children that they have. Why? Is it because they hate babies? No. It is because a woman who is well adjusted economically, politically, educationally, socially, will have enough energy to fully devote to the whole nurturing of that one child, to make sure that that one child is a well-adjusted, more evolved version of that which she put into the baby. Women will spend more time with that one child, securing that one child. But in a world that most recently started to see babies born as commodities for the sole purpose of the production of fucking value and wealth, i.e. slavery, i.e. breeding stalls, i.e. every time you have a baby, you nurse just long enough for you to have another baby. That shit is colonial shit. Black women in Africa, black women in pre-patriarchal, pre-colonial Africa did not have children like that. Now in Asia, China didn't have to superimpose some malignant one child, two child law on China. Pre-imperial China, they say that the average birth rate was 1 to 2 children in a woman's entire life. Population control under imperialism, population control under patriarchy is detrimental for everyone. Population control under women always allows the group to thrive. Polyandry is a great example. You understand? So here you got all these rich white boys, and I can confidently say rich white boys, because even of the 2,781 billionaires on earth, the grand majority of them are white and male. Half of those are Jewish. Half of the group, half of the total 2,781 are Jewish. 48%, something like that. White-skinned Jewish people, descendants of Europe. So Jewish, fine. Descendants of Europeans. You understand? And so here he go, lamenting about the birth rate crisis. You feel me? And I told y'all this in another video, so I ain't gonna go this hard on it. But for me, especially looking at the places that are lamenting and woeing about a birth rate crisis and how their population is gonna collapse because women don't want to have no babies and shit, this is another idea that I'm working on, right? That I want to know if just since 1900, since the year 1900, because we could go on and on and on and on and on. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, since the year 1900, right, to 2024, that's 124 years that women, right, who give birth to other humans, who are inevitably expected to be contributors to the marketplace through their labor, right? They are expected. There are projections about the value that they will contribute to the society, right? And women who give birth to these new emerging contributors of society, growers of wealth, producers of wealth, for 124 years have done this occupation, the occupation of motherhood, for free. Unpaid. Unpaid. Motherhood in the United States is unpaid labor. And the best that she can hope for is to be attached to someone with a modicum amount of money to be able to parcel herself out in a way on these meager resources to support the family that she gives birth to, and to secure her place to live and her food. You hear what I'm saying? To give birth to children in the United States of America is a job that is unpaid. It's an unpaid occupation. Now, at the advent of women, because Black women always been on the workforce. There was no feminist movement where we was talking about we want to come out the kitchen and into the workforce. We were always forced to be in the workforce, right? But our conditions and the theft of Black wealth got worse when the single family became an issue after the imposition of a drug economy that destroyed families and the 700% incarceration of Black males and all of these other things that drove this wedge between even poor Black men and Black women getting together and being able to raise like relatively decent human beings, productive human beings. And so now, as a single mother on one income that you have to earn outside of raising your children. And in order to earn this income, because you are doing unpaid labor in the rearing of this future producer for the society, you now not only are having to work outside the home, but pay somebody else to take care of your kids, pay for all that comes attached to that, the rearing of your children, right? On a single income, where you should have been being paid what? Equity rate, an equity wage, an equity wage or equitable wage for this very important job that you do as mother, with these people who are these master economists being able to make societal economic projections off the productions of your offspring once they become adults and into the workforce. They make projections about your children's value based on all these statistics and all this science that they do about what your children and where their best productions are going to come from. These are mathematical calculations about how many people they need in prison to work for free so that they don't have to pay for the labor, right? How many people they need working in very low wage jobs so they can get away with paying them a minimum wage while they still steal the wealth, the value of what they're producing, right? And then what percentage of them, much smaller, that they can have in middle class status to function as a buffer between these extremes of poverty and wealth. They make these very specific, down to the point one, down to the penny, about what the future products and wealth that will be generated off your children, but you cannot get paid for the contribution that you make to society in the form of parenting, securing the safety of and securing the investment of the state that is your children. You are securing this investment that the state has made through mathematical calculation about the value of your children and how that value will be generated once they enter into the workforce. You understand? But you can't get paid for the labor. Not only that, you get condemned for being a single mother trying to secure their investment. But you can't get paid. You understand? Not only can you not get paid, you're being criminalized when you take advantage of the systems that your wealth generated, i.e. food stamps, i.e. welfare, i.e. Medicaid, i.e. Medi-Cal. Bitch, you paid for that. You paid for that. Every fucking penny of it. And because the state has robbed your ass blind, right? Have you seeking out a man to get attached to, you feel me? With the hopes that you can just secure a place to live and enough food for you and your babies to eat. So not only are you the occupation of bearing and raising and securing this investment of the society, right? Not only is that your job, now you have an additional job that still is not paying you. It's just saying you can work to live. You can work for your housing and you can work for your food. That's what marriage is. It's a contract that says, I get the most out of you for the least amount of expenditure and pay. And that is, you get a place to live and you get some food to eat and enough food to feed me and my kids. Right? So you ain't getting paid. Fast forward. And this has been 124 years, by the way. So if you were to calculate, which would be a good experiment, if you were to calculate from 1900 to today, the number of children each year from 1900 to today born throughout the United States of America to every population, if you were to calculate the number of children born that survived into adulthood, because that's how they get the new birth rate numbers now. It's the number of children born per woman that survive to adulthood, survive to the ability to be able to generate wealth for the society, to produce for the society. That's how the birth rate is determined. and those that are at the same time, those that are aging out of the workforce. Is the birth rate versus those that have aged out of the workforce. That's how birth rate is determined. Okay, so from 1900 to 1924, let's do a research project, a statistical breakdown research project of every single year from 1900 to 1924. How many children were born that survived through adulthood, right? The amount of wealth generated by all of those who entered the workforce for no matter how long they worked, for those that generated wealth in the workforce, right? How much wealth each person born generated before they died, and then juxtapose that to the at least 18, because anybody who's a mama know your motherhood don't end at 18. You need to like give money and support and show up for, and that shit don't end when your baby's is 18. But let's just, okay, so say some of them go to college from birth to 24 until they finish school, based on the rates of inflation for each one of those periods, right? Working a full-time job based on the minimum wage of each one of those periods. How, if motherhood had been identified, which it should have been, as a full-time job, superimposing that on the number of people born from 1900 to 1924, right? How much wealth has been stolen from women in the United States of America? If women had been paid minimum wage only for the last 124 years for securing this very vital element of society that makes sure that the society doesn't collapse, right? If they're that important, if the birth rate is that important, if babies are that important to secure the integrity of a nation for many generations on, then the progenitors, the creators of this monumental necessary resource in the form of babies should be paid for their fucking labor. So let's just say this is the project. If anybody want to help me take it on. If women had been paid minimum wage, I ain't even talking about the value of their labor because it far exceeds minimum wage. But let's just say, for argument's sake, from 1900 to 1924, women had been paid minimum wage based on what it was at that time, and what's the word I'm looking for? And also the rate of inflation of that same period. If all women who ever had a child that survived to adulthood in this country for the last 124 years have been paid minimum wage based on the time and the rate of inflation at that time, and got that together, and then superimpose that on the wealth generated by their offspring. How much money, how much wealth did your children produce for the economy, for the society? Put those two things together. Okay? So we can already start to see, like, damn, it's deep. We can't even probably begin to fathom how much wealth has been stolen from women who should have been being paid. We out here begging for 6 weeks of maternity leave and paternity leave for 6 weeks so we can go back and work ourselves to goddamn death, when we should have been getting paid from the moment if life begins at inception, from the moment of inception until that child finishes college, high school at bare minimum, but college, ideally. 24 years old is the average age, right? From inception, from the day we find out we pregnant, to the completion of this project to create a human being for the society that can, again, take its turn to produce value and wealth for said society to sustain the society. So you, as a mother with at least one child, has contributed an invaluable resource to the society. Not only that, you have secured that resource. You have protected that society's investment in that resource. And then that resource goes on to contribute 40 years of its known life to the creation of wealth for that society. And your ass didn't get paid. And then you got shamed when you had to go and get your own motherfucking resources in the form of welfare, food stamps, or whatever you needed to do to help yourself survive. They're your babies to take care of until we can exploit their labor on the market. That's what's happened to you. They're your babies to take care of, you feel me, until they are old enough for us to exploit on the market. That's what's happened. So women have been robbed perpetually. And we haven't even staged a contest because we have not looked outside the box for explanations imposed on us about what our conditions are and why motherhood in this country is so dangerous and so burdensome and so woefulsome. Because we haven't asked the right questions. The same way we say, why we got all this money to send to Israel and to Ukraine when we ain't got enough money over here to solve our own problems. That's not the right question. The question is how we keep letting these motherfuckers rob us blind and send our hard-earned money to go and oppress other people and support other wicked ass governments oppressing their people. That's the question. It's the same question that I'm talking about now. Here we are. We're talking about abortion rights, the right to have control over our own uterus, the right to say for our own self whether or not to have children is the issue of the day. It is the old ass issue. It is all the way back to the implementation and creation of the Roman Empire issue of the day. It is all the way back to ancient Babylon issue of the day, to the birth site of patriarchy itself, is to reduce God to a machine whose sole purpose on earth is to create commodities unlike cattle, sheep, or goat for the sole possession of men as commodities on the market to buy, sell, and trade. That's what your children have been reduced to. That is what your God self has been reduced to. And the apex expression of this patriarchal project that has been going on for about 6,000 years, the apex of this patriarchal project is the fact that now that we have information, now that we have education, now that we have a little freedom, now that we have a little independence, now that we have a little bit of ability to move about the cabin, we still got antiquated old colonial patriarchal ideas woven in our goddamn consciousness. So we're never able to see the thing for what the fuck it actually is. The conversation about birth rate, birth collapse, why you bitches want abortions, the encroaching on your ability to have safe procedures, the ability, the imposement of conditions, whether it's inadequate sex education or inadequate access to safe birth control that forces you to get, if you want some love and affection, you run the risk of getting pregnant every single time you show love to your partner. So you end up with 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 kids, or whether you are the descendant of enslaved people who this is in your goddamn Christian indoctrination that tells you to go forth and be fruitful and multiply as some kind of religious devotion, when actuality, what that is the remnants of you being bred in breeding houses in slavery, because every time your mama gave birth, that was a new commodity, that was a new wealth acquisition that the master didn't even have to work for, didn't even have to go to the market and buy. Let these motherfuckers generate wealth for us out of their own bodies, so we will force them to have multiple babies. My grandmother on my mama's side was one of 24 children between 2 wives. My grandfather and his 2 wives had 24 children together. This is the remnants of patriarchal, colonial, imperial commodification of human beings and human bodies. But because we believe all the beautiful poetic hype that comes out of the Bible or the Torah or the Quran or fucking whatever else, the romantic period of Rome that tells you that your heartstrings get involved, you understand, and the next thing you want to do is have a human. And I'm not opposed to having babies. I love babies. I love babies. I love babies. I love me some babies. You feel me? But this is the question that we have to ask. For the last 124 years, women have been robbed of their rightful, what? Equitable wage. And we haven't even staged the contest based on that alone. It's been always something else. It's been feminism, first wave, second wave. It's been women's suffrage. It's been civil rights. Can you just be civil to us? We just want to live. Civil rights, bare minimum, right? That's all. It's always something the fuck else in what it is, what it's always been, what has never changed. The exploitation of human beings in general and the theft of their labor, the theft of their wages and labor, the creation of a violent state apparatus that keeps them in that same place. But even before you get to the theft, the wage theft and wage slavery, before all of that was the male domination and acquisition of women's bodies for the sole purpose of turning women into breeding machines. That's it. That's it. That's it. And so this 124 years, that's all we're talking about. The last 124 years of wealth that the state, that the government, that local officials, that corporations did not have to pay women for bodies that they knew they would inevitably be able to exploit on the market, exploit their labor in the factories, right? But the women that produced this very valuable product never got paid specifically for the production of this product. Right? We collect that number. Let me say, this is what y'all motherfuckers owe. State, government. If that money had been disseminated from day one, we're going to pay these women minimum wage for every child that they have and take care of until they are able to go into the workforce. We're going to pay them minimum wage. This is a hard job they got to do. Would there be any billionaires today? That's my question. I know there was a long way to get to that question, but that's my question. If that's just one point that we're making, right? Because there's many others. If women in this country, period, since 1900, for every child they gave birth to was guaranteed a minimum wage from inception until they were able to go out into the workforce to produce wealth for someone, had been paid minimum wage from 1900 to 1924, adjusting for inflation in those same periods. Would there be a billionaire today? That's where your wealth is. That's why there are billionaires. It is the masterful manipulation of the state using religious ideology to secure an apparatus that forever funnels wealth to them at your expense through the theft, through the legal theft of that which you produce, your wages, your labor, and that which you produce. That's it. That's a legitimate question. Okay. If let's see, there was something else I wanted to mention, but that's a big one. That's a project for some statistician, right? Oh, and the last thing I'm gonna say that's gonna round that out was about this how that statement, that project, 1900 to 1924, minimum wage paid to every woman for every child she gives birth to from inception to at minimum 18, maximum and ideally 24, from 1900 to 1924. What would that number come out to look like? And if that number, you feel me, what that number would look like opposed to and adjusting for inflation, these billionaires and their collective wealth is 813 billionaires in the United States. And if women have been paid all along, all the way up until today, at least minimum wage for the labor that they secure in that they put into securing this investment for the group that's obviously so important that Elon Musk, that's all he talking about all the fucking time these days, then would there be any billionaires? Would there be any billionaires in this country if just that alone? Right? And then the other thing is, I'm telling you, this is why he is talking about the birth rate crisis. He is talking about the birth rate crisis because they have already been taking these statistics, I told you, since 1850. That the more educated a woman is, the more economically mobile she is, meaning can she make her own money? Can she earn her own money? The more economically mobile a woman is, the more educated a woman is, the less children she has. And for a society, particularly the United States of America, that is a work state, that is a slave state, and has never stopped being a slave state, you're just wage slaves. If you're making $7.25 an hour, you're not, quote, working class. You're a slave wage. I mean, you're a wage slave. And so if by inception, this country needed slavery for it to exist, it required slavery and genocide. Couldn't exist otherwise. Not the way they had it, not the way they was thinking about it. It couldn't have existed. And if that is the case, right? And they know what had to happen within the institution of slavery to continue to grow wealth, which was the abnormal, inhumane breeding of human beings. It's literally an assembly line. They were literally treating men and women like an assembly line, generating wealth out of nothing. Generating wealth out of nothing, meaning slave breeding grounds. It was an assembly line that generated them wealth that has never ended. Slavery's, the impact of the wealth grown by slavery never ended. It's just grown. And so here we are, the wealthiest people on earth who already monopolize the majority of wealth on earth, talking about the crisis of childbirth. Bitches don't want to have no babies no more. They are in crisis because every child we give birth to is wealth that we grow them. Unpaid labor that we are emotionally invested in securing, but will never benefit from, and our children will not be the beneficiaries of the wealth that they seek to get from them. So not only do we not benefit, our babies do not benefit from the incumbent wealth that they will generate once they get exploited in the workforce. Doubly robbed. And then if they identify in the third grade that this is going to be one of the ones we send to prison, we're going to put him on track to go to prison, triply robbed. Because now this is a person that can't even contribute to the community or to the local economy because they being exploited in slave labor in a prison away from the community where that energy that he is putting into slave labor could have been at least generating some income, contributing to the income generated in his local community. Triply robbed. While they tax every fucking thing that you make more than 4 or 5 times after robbing you blind already. That's why these billionaires are lamenting and woeing about a decrease in birth, because since the old age, since the Roman Empire minimally, that's been one of their stated claims, is to control the reproduction of real life, to control women's ability to have children on the terms that they set. That our value as women, our value as machines is squarely tied to how many children we can have, i.e., how much wealth we can generate from our bodies for those that own the machine. This is great. We know who needs androids when all you have is who needs androids when you have a wife? And all you got to do is dick her down every now and again. They don't even really have to be that nice to her. Because her Christianity, her Islam, her Judaism has her convicted and guilted to stay no matter what bad shit happens to her. All you got to do is make sure the mortgage get paid. And I give her enough money in her hand to just buy groceries and prepare those groceries. This is awesome. Who needs a sex doll? Who needs an android when you got a real life human being that functions like an android, that behaves like an android based on her conditioning, based on her religious upbringing, based on her social ideology and her compliance to that ideology. And the reason niggas is getting androids and sex dolls now is because Pinocchio done become a real boy. You understand? The speechless, silent, no talking back, unopinionated, no brain having, no heart having android has received an awakening, has received a gift from a fairy godmother that is like, not to fucking day. Not today. And that's why y'all mad. Y'all aren't mad at the state, men. Y'all aren't mad at the state, right? For imposing these extraordinarily inhumane, insane conditions on you and yours for forever. Males are the byproduct of the generative power of women, of their mothers. You too have been just as exploited by this monstrous bitch as we. But you, in your proximity to maleness, just like I said earlier, white people in their proximity to whiteness, both maleness and whiteness are the offspring of patriarchy. Y'all proximity to what you perceive as the face of power, whiteness or maleness, will forever have you betray your own interest. Because at the end of the day, at least I ain't a bitch, or at least I ain't black. You will forever betray your own mother's ambitions for your life. Happiness, wholeness, wealth, the ability to thrive. You will betray your own mother's prayers for your life to lay in your fucked up proximity to what you perceive as the face of power, whiteness and maleness. You understand? All the while, you have been exploited. All the while, since you stuck your head out your hell, since inception, because your mama had to work like hell as soon as she found out she was pregnant with you to secure even this pregnancy. Since your inception, you have been oppressed, exploited by this wicked ass institution that has transformed the God that you know as your mother into a fucking machine whose only value in the world is her ability to produce more material for the acquisition of wealth for someone else. And whether that material becomes cannon fodder in wars perpetrated by them who are never seen and touch war whatsoever, whether your babies are going to be identified as cannon fodder, whether your babies are going to be fucking missionaries that have multiple babies, whether your babies are going to be on a factory assembly line doing mindless, numbing jobs, getting paid the bare minimum. You feel me? Whether your babies, child, this is what it is. And so males, you know what I'm saying? The most revolutionary gangster thing you can do is side with women. If you hate the state, if you hate the police, if you hate the way the world is, why we can't get no justice, the most revolutionary, radical gangster thing you can do is to side with women. Whatever they say, because we done tried all this other man shit. We done tried the military, we done tried the police, we done tried the state, we done tried revolution, we done tried socialism, we done tried Marxism, we done tried all this shit. All this shit led by men ain't got us no motherfucking way. So why we just try to ask opposite? Why we just for change? Let's see how it worked for 5 years. Let's see how it worked for 10 years. Whatever women say, that's what the fuck we gonna do. We gonna side with women for a change and see if we can end this shit. You understand? That's all I'm gonna say. Whenever you hear some billionaire, some rich ass motherfucker talking about why we ain't had no babies. First of all, the other thing you need to be considering is what karmic debt the mother is handing to that society, the males in that society. What karmic debt is the mother handing on that society, on that male society, when women decide collectively, like in South Korea, you cannot have access to us at all. And the reason that they are freaking out is because the machine has been emboldened. The machine has been given life to. The machine has taken a breath and realized that she is God and not a machine. And once Pinocchio realized that he had everything in him that allowed him to be a real boy, not puppeted around doing everything everybody else said, realizing that he did actually have a destiny, that he was actually important in the grand magical scheme of things. Once these little sisters up in South Korea done woke up and then gained a breath in their consciousness enlivened, and realizing now they've been emboldened because now they realize the impact of this seemingly small movement has had on the government. The government is in crisis, trying to figure out all the ways they can attempt to manipulate these women back into compliance. And the women didn't see it, not the motherfucking day. That South Korea can fall into the sea as far as we care. If our demands aren't met, bitch, we ain't having no babies. If our demands aren't met, bitch, we ain't having no babies. Not only ain't we having babies, y'all motherfuckers can't get no pussy. Nope. And we got staying power. We up in this bitch. So let's go. Let's go. And the most radical, revolutionary, gangster thing that the males who are lamenting in South Korea could do is to side with the women. But what has happened instead is they have turned against the women in giant increases of violence against women to become ignorant, forceful, violent agents of the state. That's what they've done. So we up in here. This is a day of days. I don't know what the outcome of this bullshit and ass bullshit display is gonna be, but I'm gonna tell you what just the other day they said the CEO of BlackRock, who is either BlackRock or Blackstone, I think it was Blackstone, but still Blackstone is one of the top 3 wealthiest corporations in the United States of America. They say there's no aspect of your life that is not touched by Blackstone. Not one. They say there's nothing that you do in this life, in this country, that is not directly tied or indirectly tied to Blackstone in some way. Your rent, you pay, whatever. And just a few days ago, what did he say? He said in an article, just 2 days ago, it came up on my news for you thing. He said he made this a public statement. I told you they audacious. They cocky with their shit. He said, it don't matter who. He said, now he is the largest, this CEO of Blackstone is the largest landlord in the United States with more than 30,000 properties owned by this corporation over the whole United States. And what he said, all arrogantly with his chest out, is it don't matter who. He said, it don't matter what the outcome is on November 5th. Our goals will be met. Our objectives will be met. That's what he said. That's what he said. Just 2 days ago. Google CEO of Blackstone and see what the news was over the last 2 or 3 days. He said, it don't matter what happens on November 5th. Our goals, our objectives, what we trying to do will be met. Fuck what you heard. You understand? So anyway, love y'all. Now I got to get my life right because you know how I do. I be on here. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to do a short little overview, 1 hour long. Here we are 4 hours later. But anyway, yeah. So there's still so much, but you got the gist. And I don't know when I'm going to be back on. Hopefully I can get back to reading this book, Beyond God the Father, maybe tomorrow, maybe even tonight. But now I got to get ready to go and do this ritual up on top of it's not BlackRock, it's Blackstone, I think. There's 2 different corporations. There's BlackRock and then there's Blackstone. And I think the guy is the CEO of Blackstone as the largest, what they call the largest landlord in the United States of America now. But anyway, check it out. And I will probably see you tonight, depending upon how I feel after this ritual. But now I got to go up on the mountain and get myself in the right mind after a 4-hour live to do this ceremony. All right, take care of yourselves, take care of your hearts. Try not to be too invested in the madness that I am sure is unfolding at the polls today, because we got bigger fish to fight, and it ain't up in the White House. Okay, so don't be falling for the illusion of opposition in choice. What is going to change the world, what is going to change our immediate conditions is not in the White House. It is not in these voting boxes. Do what you got to do for yourself. I'm not telling you not to go out and vote, but I'm saying do not caught up in the emotional mining, of your energy in this shit. Go cast your vote, go home about your life, drink a beer, take a shot if you need to, and then start immediately plotting and scheming on what's actually going to change this thing. I done gave you a lot to think about in terms of that in this 4-hour live. So with that, I will say I am Cassandra Floyd. I will encourage you to contribute, donate to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Our 2-year anniversary is next Monday, the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. So if you are tuning in from YouTube, you can make a small contribution of whatever your desire through the super chat and the super thanks and all of that stuff that is showing at the bottom of the screen. Or you can book a reading with me, which will be considered a donation to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence for a 90-minute reading, or for a 30-minute reading or a 60-minute reading. If you're interested in doing a reading, then you're going to email me at releaseheartcenter at gmail.com. If you are on IG and want to make a contribution, you can make a donation at Cashapp, which is $DaughterOfTheFates, or Venmo, which is Cassandra-Floyd, 2 S's, Cassandra-Floyd, or my Zelle, which is releaseheartcenter at gmail.com. It's the same email, releaseheartcenter at gmail.com. That's either Zelle, and that's also the email to email me if you have questions, comments, feedback. You feel me? If you want to book a reading, if you want to book a whole health wellness consult. Okay, that's it. So with that being said, I want to say good night. I want to say be well, take care of yourself, take care of your heart, hug your babies, hug your pets. And I will see you hopefully tonight. If not tonight, I'll definitely see you tomorrow. Okay, peace.